All right, welcome everybody. Welcome. It's Sunday night, July 26th, 2020. We are getting ready for Game 4 of the San Francisco Giants versus the Los Angeles Dodgers. That's right, the fourth of the four opening series of the season. Giants coming in 1-2. Look at that, I got the wrong stats up on the screen here. They are 1-2 as of last night. Let's make a little change. Make a little change there. Change that slide. They are 1-2. The Dodgers are not 2-0. They're 2-1. They're gonna show it. There it is. Game 4. What is going on here? I have this on a different slide changed. Okay, there we go. So there it is. Game 4. And here I am solo again. Nick will be hopefully joining us within an hour. And so far he's like a purple unicorn so far at this point. Does he exist? Pretty sure he'll be here tonight. Hoping he is. And we'll really get this duo thing going on. But until then, we've got baseball to talk about. We've got a much more exciting disposition than we had the last time out. Game 2 was the second of 2 in a row, basically, of just yawners. I don't know how else to explain them, basically. Giants only scoring 1 run in each of the first two games, so 1 run each in those 2 games. And then all of a sudden last night coming out with 5 runs, which yesterday, I should say, winning that game by a slim margin of 5-4. They were up for 5-1 for quite a while, actually. And then in the late innings, a little bit of trouble keeping the Dodgers off the scoreboard. And I will say Game 3, a complete difference, like polar opposite of Game 1 and 2. And I'm pretty excited about what we saw in that game. Hopefully we see more of the same. I don't know what we're going to see, to be honest. It's gonna be interesting from here. We'll talk a little bit about the big stories from those games as we go on here. But taking a look tonight at what we're going to see. We're going to see the Giants and Dodgers, obviously. And it will be Julio Urias starting for the Dodgers, which is another lefty. Now, that's interesting to me because obviously in the opener, for the series opener, it was supposed to be Clayton Kershaw, the lefty, going, but it ended up being the right-hander. And that was a big switch for the Giants because we didn't get to see the Giants lineup against a right-handed pitcher, starting pitcher that is, until yesterday, till Game 3. And I will say this, their lineup against the right-hander was much more impressive to me than their lineup against the left-hander. So we saw a lot of different guys in there. We saw Ruff at first base. We still saw Wilmer Flores. We still saw Pablo Sandoval. We still saw some of those guys, but they're in different spots. We saw Mauricio Dubon in there still, but he was playing second base. He started at shortstop yesterday, and Brandon Crawford did not get the start. So a little bit different lineups. And now tonight, another left-hander. So we see 2 left-handers in a row. The Giants were supposed to have seen 3 in this series, and we knew that coming in. But anyway, here's what we got going against the lefty. We got Yastrzemski leading off, playing left field, which, okay, I mean, that's kind of what you get, right? Yastrzemski was pretty good last night. Game 2 didn't get much going. Game 1 he was awesome. So he's had 2 out of 3 really good games so far. He's hitting .364 out of 3 games. Not driving in any runs and not hitting any homers, but hey, he's your leadoff guy. Wilmer Flores is going to be back in there again, hitting second. Darren Ruff will be batting third tonight. I think he was 5th yesterday in the lineup. But anyway, he'll be hitting third and playing first base. As I think that's pretty much really the only spot we're going to see him kind of on a regular basis. I don't know if they're going to really play him anywhere else defensively. It'll be either that or the designated hitter. Hunter Pence will be the DH, hitting 4th. Okay, Donovan Solano will be hitting 5th, playing third base. Really interesting to me how they're doing that. Like Donovan Solano at third base, he played exclusively pretty much second base last year. And I know that they have an issue right now, obviously, since Evan Longoria is not in the lineup on a nightly basis, or at all, actually, right now. They need someone to play third. Wilmer Flores, for the first game at least, played third base, and I would think that, I don't know. I don't really know where these guys are more comfortable per se, but that's what we're going with. Tyler Heineman getting another start behind the dish, has had 2 pretty impressive games so far, Game 2 and Game 3 of the season. Very impressive with Heineman, and where the alternative, not so much. Jalen Davis had a good Game 2, Game 3, good couple of games, and he's back in there hitting 7th, playing right field. Brandon Crawford will get a start against the lefty tonight instead of Mauricio Dubon. Mauricio Dubon so far is 0 for the season, as is Hunter Pence, actually, but not surprised to see both of them in the lineup today. Mauricio Dubon will be playing center field, and he will be hitting in the 9th spot. Interesting that we're not seeing Austin Slater in the lineup tonight, though he had a bit of a collision in left field with the wall. Made a great catch and kind of coming across his body at the last second, reached back across with his momentum and went awkwardly into the wall, and was on the ground for a little bit. He didn't look like he was hunched over in pain or anything, but you could definitely tell that he was slightly hurt, I guess you would say. That was the late innings again, though, so it wasn't apparent that he would not be playing today, but he is not in the lineup today. Probably needs an extra day or two to rest up, as the Giants do not play tomorrow. So Yastrzemski, Flores, Ruff, Hunter Pence, Donovan Solano, Tyler Heineman, Jalen Davis, Brandon Crawford, and Mauricio Dubon. The only guys from the team last year that you'll see playing the same positions this year will be Mike Yastrzemski in left and Mauricio Dubon in center. All the rest of these guys are either guys that really weren't on the team last year or played different positions. Hunter Pence was not a DH for the Giants last year, as the Giants didn't play the DH with the DH last year, as that's a new rule this season. So Brandon Crawford playing a short. Dubon center field. Didn't see him in the outfield really at all last year. It was pretty much just second base and occasional shortstop. So we'll see how that goes. We'll talk. This is a little thing that we kind of want to do regularly with the show, is we want to talk about guys we're excited to watch, and that's really got to be something that we continue to highlight throughout the season, I think, because it's going to be a heck of a long year if we don't have something that we're looking for. As always, for me, Mike Yastrzemski. I love to watch this guy hit. I want to see how he does tonight. Unfortunately, there's a left-handed pitcher starting, so Alex Dickerson's not going to get a whole lot of starts against left-handed pitching, and he will not be in the lineup tonight, so we don't get to watch him. Maybe he joins us in the later innings at some point or something if there's a pitching change. Also, Darren Ruff. I want to see if he can keep being that guy he was in the earlier spring, in the spring part 1, who really impressed the heck out of the Giants coaching staff and really earned himself a spot on this roster. Tyler Heineman, not somebody that I really I wasn't expecting to necessarily be super excited about him coming into the season, but all of a sudden Buster Posey's not on the roster because of he opts out of the season, and then you don't have Joey Bart on the opening day roster, and probably not at least for the first week. So you got the 2 brand new catchers that we haven't seen before, and so far Tyler Heineman has been the one out of the 2 which I've just been like, wow, okay, this guy's got some energy, and he's trying to do things at the plate, and so far he's hitting 500 through 2 starts. So I mean, it's only 2 starts, but that's a lot better than we can say for Mr. Hunter Pence and Mr. Mauricio Dubon. Dubon's played every game so far, Pence is not, but they are both 0 for the season. We've got to get them off the schneid. We got to get them with the batting average, as Kruko would say, and so we got to get them going. Now for the Dodgers, something I want to see. I want to see if the Giants can continue to shut down Mookie Betts. He's only got 1 RBI so far in 3 games against the Giants, and they have scored a ton of runs. I believe it was, 8 runs in the first game, 9 runs in the second game that they scored. So 17 runs in 2 games, and then another 4 last night. They've scored 21 runs in 3 games against the Giants, 7 runs per game average, and he has 1 RBI so far. He's hitting at the top of the lineup, so yeah, not a whole lot of RBI opportunities. Look at the guys hitting behind him. Max Muncy, Justin Turner, 3 and 4 RBIs respectively. Enrique Hernandez, Kike Hernandez has 5 RBI. Pretty much all in the same game, as it turned out. It was all in game 2, I think. I don't remember. But anyway, there's a whole lot of power there, but so far, Cody Bellinger hasn't done much against the Giants. He's got no RBI. The reigning MVP has not driven a single run in out of those 21 runs that were scored against the Giants. So, I mean, there's no way you can not say that's a positive. That's got to be a positive thing. So moving on from that, can they keep those guys off the score sheet? It's hard to imagine that you can keep those 2 guys down for an entire 4-game series, but so far they've done a pretty admirable job. You got to give it to them for that. For the Giants, starting pitcher tonight is Smiley, which Drew Smiley is going to pitch again. This is not the first time he's pitched this season, so I got to imagine he's kind of just the opener again tonight. They've talked a lot. There's been a lot of talk in the news, or at least the local news, as far as the Giants are concerned, talking about the fact that the pitching staff, there's no established roles in this pitching staff. There's not a 5-starter rotation where you know exactly who the same 5 guys are going to be every time through the rotation. We don't have anything close to that right now. And I think it's evidenced by the fact that we have not seen or heard from Jeff Samardzija. Where is Jeff Samardzija is the question. And I think that's something that we're going to have to find out eventually. I mean, maybe they're specifically holding him out of this Dodgers series. I don't have his stats against the Giants in the past like handy, but that's a possibility, I suppose. Looking at the matchups, how the Giants stack up against the Dodgers pitching tonight. Brandon Crawford, 6 at-bats. He's got 2 hits and 6 at-bats against him. Interestingly enough, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 guys on the Giants roster who have faced Julio Urias before. Not a single one of them has driven in a run against him. No home runs against him. And so that's awesome. But on the other end of it, Drew Smiley, Giants lefty going tonight. Let's see, Mookie Betts, because they were both American leaguers before, has 17 at-bats against him. Only 1 home run, and that was a solo shot. The only run he's driven in. Only run anybody on the Dodgers team has driven in against him. There's nobody else on the Dodgers team that has faced Smiley more than 3 times. So, it's another ESPN game night. So, that means that you should probably be tuning in here to listen to my commentary, and hopefully Nick's when he shows up, because you don't want to listen to those god-awful guys. The opening night announcing ESPN, not good at all. They are really, and we saw this on Fox last night also, but they're really embracing the whole, I don't know what to call it. They're really embracing the whole idea of we're going to have our announcers sitting at home and announcing from their den. I mean, that's what I'm doing here. So it's basically the same thing, is it not? But a lot of issues, a lot of technical issues and sort of quirkinesses. Is that even a thing? I just made up a word, everybody. But anyway, there's a whole lot of problems, potential issues that can come of that kind of a setup. And that is just mainly the thing that I didn't like seeing is just the massive delay in the broadcast from when the announcers, the 3 of them, would try to talk to each other. There was a huge gap in between, and they were talking over each other, and it was awkward. That's just not what you're used to seeing on a professional broadcast. You'd think that a company like ESPN could do better than that. So in comparison, the Giants last night got yesterday, I should say, my goodness, had a Fox crew. A Fox crew included AJ Przinsky, who is, if you're a longtime Giants fan, you don't like him very much, probably. And it was really odd how he kept kind of referencing that fact and not making light of it, because it's like nobody wants to hear it. It's not amusing to Giants fans. Maybe it's amusing to Dodgers fans. They probably love it. But it was very awkward to hear AJ Przinsky doing a Giants game. It's not what you would expect. And I hope we don't get more of the same of that. But anyway, only one out of it's so strange. You get a 4-game series against the Dodgers to open the season, and only one of those games you actually get your home team's announcers on a television broadcast, and that was the Friday night game where you finally got a NBC Sports Bay Area broadcast with Kruk and Kipe. So that was obviously much better, because every MLB team's home broadcasters are either in the studio at the home state, or they're always in the studio at the home stadium for the most part, whether they're on the road or not. Kruk and Kipe did that game from the broadcaster's booth at Oracle Park in San Francisco. So it was a different quality. It was a good quality. And we're hoping eventually, on Tuesday at least, to get back to that and stop with these darn national broadcasts. We don't, especially the opening day broadcast where you just saw the Giants be absolutely inept. And I thought they were even worse in game 2, in fact. So, but anyway, yesterday's game, great to see. There's a little bit of momentum hopefully going into this game tonight. A little problem we have right now is it's an ESPN game, and there, of course, it's a doubleheader. It's an ESPN doubleheader. So the Atlanta Braves and the New York Mets were the 7 o'clock game, or the 4 p.m. Pacific time game, I should say, and they're still in the top of the 8th inning. It is 9:59, 6:59 Pacific. The Giants game's supposed to start in 1 minute, and we're still in the top of the 8th inning with just 1 out. The Atlanta Braves are up 14-1 over the New York Mets. So, say what you want about that. Baseball takes a lot of time when teams are scoring a lot of runs. We saw that in game 1 and 2 when the Dodgers were just boat racing the Giants and getting tons of runners on every single inning. That was something we brought up in the first broadcast from Game 2, was just the Giants are not getting 3-up, 3-down innings, and these games are taking forever. So all that effort to limit the pitching changes and all that stuff like that, what difference does it make if you're getting slaughtered by the Dodgers? So hoping that's not the same story tonight. And I just saw something that's saying that they're going to have the Giants game starting on ESPN2. So if you're watching ESPN, trying to see the Giants, and you're saying, why am I still watching Braves and Mets? Well, switch over to ESPN2. Not that this is a plug for ESPN, because we would not want to do that. Not for those guys anyway. The Giants are starting and the Dodgers on ESPN2. And I'm still getting, I'm on the East Coast, so I have to do everything the hard way through internet streams here, and getting to the right channel is not always easy. Let's see. Are they going to? Okay, now it's saying live. I think they're starting now. And there we go. Now, keep in mind that you're not going to be hearing the audio from the baseball game. You're not going to be seeing any of the video from the broadcast, because that is illegal. That's copyright infringement, so we're not going to be taking part in any of that. It makes this whole thing a little more difficult, I understand, but follow along, and we're going to do our best to keep you apprised, like maybe if you're not actually watching the game, but you're just listening along in the background or doing whatever it is you're doing. We're going to try to do our best to keep you appraised of what is going on in the game, what inning we're in, what the score is, if there's anybody on base, all that kind of stuff. I'm going to try to do it. I'm not going to give you a play-by-play, because I'm not exactly 100% sure if I'm okay doing that even. That might technically be a copyright violation in itself. But maybe not. I don't know. If any of you guys are lawyers out there, you can hopefully help us out with that. So they're giving a great rundown of the first 3 games of this season, the series that is, and the season. And yeah, last night it was a much more yesterday. I keep saying last night. It's pretty much last night for me. It was still a 4 p.m. start, but yesterday's game much more interesting and engaging. The Giants scored more than one run, so that was a great start. But they were able to hold the Dodgers, and you saw the Dodgers kind of getting frustrated. You saw them trying to be way too aggressive on the bases, made at least 4 big base running mistakes that pretty much got them doubled up when they shouldn't have even been close to being doubled up. And so that got the Giants out of a lot of jams. And, it's the exact opposite of what we saw of game 1 and 2. The Giants were making the base running mistakes. The Giants were making the fielding errors. And we saw that from the Dodgers yesterday, too. Although I don't think they officially had any errors. They were having a harder time with their throwing in the infield and whatnot. And you saw them trying to make some aggressive plays in the outfield, and they weren't always successful. So good on the Giants for putting the pressure on yesterday and coming out with completely different energy. It felt like from the first 2 games. That's not always easy to do, and luckily it's early in the season, so they shouldn't really be in technically slumps yet. I don't think it's too early to say that they're in a real slump at any point. But so as I said, if there was a slump after 2 games, then last night I think was kind of the slump breaker. But you got to follow it up, or else it's kind of just a fluke, isn't it? So we're hoping it's not a fluke Sunday. As you can see, I got the old school 80s Giants threads on tonight. Number 22. If you have to ask me who number 22 is, it ain't Osvaldo Fernandez. Let me put it that way. See if anybody remembers that name. Going back, we're going to go over a few stats here. I think Wilmer Flores is quickly finding his way onto my list of frustrations. Let's just say. Has that audio been playing all along? No. Okay. I'm just making sure I'm not actually playing the ESPN audio, because I'll get kicked right off of YouTube for that. But yeah, I want to bring up some of these stats from some of the Giants players. Let's see how Game Day performs today. MLB Game Day, like league wide, like froze in the 8th inning of the Giants game from the first broadcast and just was not updating. It started slowly updating like 15-20 minutes after the game ended, like 3 pitches at a time. It was excruciating. Anyway, Wilmer Flores of the Giants, as you know, I hope you know, he's got 4 hits and 12 at bats. So he's hitting .333, slug OPS in .917. He's got a solo home run now. It's the only run he's driven in, but he scored 1. So he has been the GOAT. I talk about guys I'm looking forward to seeing play. Let's talk about guys who I'm frustrated with, and I don't necessarily, let's say they're in the doghouse. That's what we're going to call it. Wilmer Flores is in that position. Mauricio Dubon, you guys got to show me something. You guys got to show something, and I don't know how long they're going to be waiting on Dubon. They've been really, at least the coaching staff last year was really high on Dubon, and I think his performance was pretty good last year too, in the short time that he was on the squad. So you gotta think that at some point he's going to get that first hit of the season. It's kind of turning into a Connor Joe situation where that guy just could not get a hit last year and eventually got released from the team. But last year he got 106 at bats with the club, hit .274, 4 home runs. So that's not a bad way to make your MLB debut. I mean, that's really not a bad. In limited starts, got in on 30 games, 106 at bats. That's starting basically 30 games. That's more than 3 at bats a game. So that's some pretty good amount of time. 100 at bats is not bad, and struck out 20, only 5 walks. He's got to try to pick that up. But so far this year, he struck out 5 times in 10 at bats. So that is going to have to improve. I'd say He only struck out 1 in every 5 at bats. Oh, well, 1 in every 5 point something at bats last year. It's so far half of his at bats this season. That's not sustainable in the long run, I don't think. But in 3 games, he struck out 5 times and has literally nothing else in his stat line. He has zeros all across. Not walked. He has not gotten on base a single time yet. So we're going to need more from him. That's Mauricio Dubon we're talking about. Wilmer Flores. There's a lot more we're going to have to see from him. I mean, he's the only real free agent acquisition of the offseason that got a long-term contract. And by that, I mean more than 1 year. So you want to see a little bit more out of him. Last season, he was a .317 hitter with the Diamondbacks. So he's got 4 hits, one home run. That's the only run or RBI he's scored in 3 games. Nobody scored in the first 2 games, basically. We know that. So that being said, we're going to need to see more from him. We need to see the Giants score more than 1 run regularly. And hopefully that happens tonight. Like I said, some room for optimism after last night. They faced some tough pitching last night, but it wasn't crisp. It wasn't what you expect from the Dodgers. I think if the Dodgers have a weakness, it's in their starting pitching. They have some guys who are not. They don't have Ryu anymore. You know, we know that Kershaw missed opening day. So without those 2 guys in there, there's a whole lot of question marks. A whole lot of. You got May, who started on opening day, pitched pretty well. I thought the Giants could have done more against him. The Giants just missed a lot of opportunities. They got runners on base. That was not the problem. Anyway, you see on ESPN they're going over the lineups now, the Giants lineup. So the Dodgers have taken the field. Wondering if any of you who watched the game last night on Fox, what did you think of that sort of synthetic crowd that they showed on screen on a few different angles? All of a sudden, you look out there and be like, hey, it looks like there's fans out there, and then they zoom in on one, and you see they're sort of the cheesiest looking video game crowd you've ever seen. But it's better than nothing, I guess. I mean, does it add anything when you know you don't see people walking to the stands, the concessions back and forth? You don't see anything like that. It's just guys just sort of sitting there, kind of dougieing in the stands, and it's different. I think Fox is the only one that's going to be doing that, but it's a different approach, right? So that's interesting. The crowd noise has not really been a factor hardly at all. It's just kind of awkward because it's not organic. It's just they're not reacting to things the way that a real crowd would. I know they have someone who's pressing buttons who's trying to say, hey, good thing happened 1, play that sound. Good thing happened 2, play that sound, or something like that. They got some sort of soundboard thing going on, but it's not organic crowd noise. All right, well, we are getting just about ready to get underway here. Mike Yastrzemski stepping into the box, left-hander versus left-hander to start out the game tonight. It seems like Yastrzemski is going to be the regular everyday leadoff hitter, at least for the first part of the season here. So good on him for that, as he definitely had the season last year to earn that opportunity. I think they don't have any other leadoff hitters. First pitch starts at about 10 past the hour, maybe 11 past the hour. Depends on how big of a delay ESPN pipes into us tonight. So yeah, they're talking about Yastrzemski's rookie season. And when strike zones have been really inconsistent these first 3 games. The umpires they don't have a whole ton of spring training games all in a row to maybe really hone in their strike zone, but these guys are veterans for the most part. They've been doing this for a long time. There's not a single one of them who's a rookie at being an umpire. They've all at least been umpires for a long period of time in the minors. Yastrzemski's, look at this. He's making great contact. Betts was able to run that one down in the corner, but man, guy's hitting line drives, making things happen. And he's against a lefty there, so that's some good contact. It's nice. Yeah, I mean, Mookie Betts has got some range out there in the outfield, but it's such a strange ballpark in terms of the corners. Such a low wall out there, really easy down towards the foul pole to hit the balls out, I think. But here we go. Wilmer Flores, the guy, one of the guys who is in the doghouse. Maybe it's not completely because of his offense. He really only had one offense in one game so far, but his defense has just been atrocious. It's just so many errors. And easy ground out, a slow bouncer to Justin Turner at third. 2 away in the Giants' first. And this is the real scary part. The heart of the Giants lineup. Darren Ruff. Okay. I like me some Darren Ruff. If you can get guys on ahead of him, he might make some things happen for you. But after that, Hunter Pence. In the cleanup spot, really in this day and age, we got Hunter Pence hitting cleanup. Does he hit cleanup for any other team in the majors? That's my question. But I mean, it is what it is, I guess. This is who the Giants are. But Hunter Pence hitting cleanup. Come on, man. Come on. 1-0 to Darren Ruff. All right. It's a soft liner into left that just gets over Corey Seager's glove at shortstop, and Darren Ruff has himself another base hit. That's showing him at he had his first RBI last season of the season yesterday. That's his second hit of the season now, as he's 2 and 5 at bats. Just over Seager's glove there at shortstop. All right, so we got a runner in the first inning, and here's our cleanup hitter. Hunter Pence is our cleanup hitter in 2020. He's looked lost at the plate. I mean, let's just call it like it is. He's not looked good so far in the first couple of games. For a guy that spent so much time working on his swing this spring, it's got to be about confidence. They were talking about that in the broadcast yesterday. You can't all of a sudden change your swing and without real game scenarios and expect it to be perfect. High fly ball, left center or right center field. Easy play for Bellinger. Side retired. Giants got a hit. So they leave one on. Yastrzemski hit the ball well. Flores, not so much. Oh, we got a greatest... What is this commercial for here? The Greatest Showman was part of that. Solo. Is this a Disney Plus commercial? It's got to be. We're on ESPN. Of course it's Disney Plus. We got Hamilton. Yeah, Disney Plus. I've got Disney Plus. Disney Plus is interesting. I didn't think I was going to get it, but then they announced that Hamilton was coming a couple months ago, and I was like, yeah, I'm going to try at least 1 month of Disney Plus. So I've got that. I'm enjoying it so far. It has nothing to do with San Francisco Giants baseball, other than the fact that Giants are on ESPN and Disney owns them. That's as far as it goes, right, guys? So, anywho. So we'll see Smiley coming out again. I'm really wondering if we're going to see Samardzija. I wouldn't generally think that he would be a guy that you would expect to see have an opener for him. But yeah, whatever, I guess. When did we see Smiley? So Smiley relieved Cueto in the first game of the season and pitched an inning there. It was, 2 strikeouts and a walk, so he was pretty effective. That's another thing we saw last night. The Giants walked 5 batters in game 1. In game 2, they walked 8 batters. So that's 13 walks in 2 games. But yesterday, gotta stop saying last night. I'm probably not going to this whole entire broadcast. Yesterday, they walked 2. And the Giants drew 4 walks, which is something that they hadn't done yet in 2 games. So, like I said, Very different game 3. They had drawn 1 walk so far in the first 2 games, and they drew 4 in the game yesterday. Maybe that's a pitching thing, but better at bats. It's got to be better at bats from the Giants. I think that's the key. Is just have a good at bat. All right, so Mr. Smiley, Drew Smiley, who, as I said, had thrown 1 inning so far this season in Game 1. He's starting tonight. I don't know if we're going to technically say he's the starter or is the opener. But there he is, and he's 2-0. It's his first pitch to strike to Betts. Remember, Betts is the guy we're trying to keep off the bases. Trying to see if we can keep him for hold him to basically nothing for 1 more game. Hitting a $125 through 3 with just 1 RBI so far on this young season, and hoping to keep that going. That's how you got to kind of do this. I think that's the mentality you got to have. Is we got to win these small battles, and that's kind of meaningful to a team, a young team especially, as they go on. It's got to win these small battles. 2-2 to Mookie Betts, the Dodgers' leadoff hitter. And he fouls it up. Let's see. Yeah, they're talking about the massive contract that Mookie Betts signed with the Dodgers. The contract extension, 13 years. So I'm trying to keep this kind of the top of this kind of back in my head, but it's not working so good. It keeps sliding off. So I'm just gonna let whatever happens to the hairdo happen to the hairdo tonight. It's a late night here. Chris has got to work in the morning. I'm gonna be hurting, but it'll be all right. Excited to be here doing Giants baseball. Oh, swing and a miss, ball in the dirt, and Betts is struck out. Nice job by Smiley. Drew Smiley striking out the first batter of the game into Mookie Betts. Keep it rolling, Giants. Keep that guy off of anything. If you can keep him and Bellinger, like seriously, you go into any series and you say, we got the most expensive baseball player in the majors, pretty much neutralized him completely in 4 games. We got the reigning MVP of the National League on the same team. We pretty much neutralized him for the first 3. You'd think the Giants would have more than one win out of that. But this Dodger team is just so loaded with talent that it hasn't worked out that way yet. Let's just say that. All right, Max Muncy. Max Muncy has gotten off to a pretty good start so far this season, so he's been more effective against the Giants. All right. Line out to Ruff at first base. I really don't need to hear Buster Olney all season long. I'm glad that he only does these national broadcasts for ESPN. Oh. All right. I'll try to get an announcement out here on Facebook. Hey, we're live, everybody. Justin Turner's been tough to keep off the base paths so far in this series, and he's on them again. All right, so here's Bellinger. I'm talking about 2 for 13 start. Oh, they haven't struck him out yet. I guess that's nice. Smiley's definitely throwing some location pitches outside of the strike zone. He is not necessarily hitting all of his spots early here. A lot of balls up. Justin Turner is not a running threat whatsoever. That one hits the top of the strike zone. Again, another ball up in the strike zone. And I know that's where a lot of these guys are, with the way that a lot of these batters are swinging, or they're just trying to lift everything, that pitching high in the zone kind of plays into that, I think, a little bit. And there's a breaking ball, kind of a high fly out to right field. Jalen Davis, no problemo. Side retires both teams with a hit individually, respectively, and both teams leave a runner on. So chalk that up to another not 1-2-3 inning for the Giants, as we're on a 3-up, 3-down watch. All right, so when there's what we gotta say, what's the over under on when we're gonna see Jeff Samardzija this season? Is he hurt? I mean, is there something that I am not aware of in terms of news? Because it's just odd that we have 4 games against the Dodgers, one of our best pitchers. Maybe they don't consider him to be one of our top pitchers anymore. I don't know. Yeah, Mookie Betts 2 for 17 in the series, says Hank Schulman. By the way, if you're not plugged into Bleacher Report, it's a great, a real nice sort of consolidation of all the beat writers' Twitter feeds and stuff for the Giants. A bunch of different news stories and everything, kind of all in one place from many different sources, and it's really hard to miss any kind of news on Bleacher Report. But the feed only goes so far. And during games, these beat reporters just tweet incessantly. And it's mostly useless information. It's not really that interesting to me, but I guess some people like it. But it just fills up the entire feed with garbage, and you can't get back to these these news bits. You just get these little, well, this is what I just had for dinner at the concession type of tweets, which you won't be hearing a whole lot of that this season. Anyway, so one from Hank Schulman about Austin Slater. Slater reported feeling better when he came in today. Game time decision on whether he's available. He hurt his hip yesterday making that twisting catch at the wall on Seager. So a bit of a bum hip after that catch. Probably, like I said, at the top of the show, probably a good chance that he is just being held out today. It's precautionary and probably will be back in there the next series. The Giants have tomorrow off, so it's definitely not a bad idea to get guys two days off in a row when they're healing something like a bruised hip or something like that, whatever it might be. I'm just spitballing here. Donovan Solano, who I didn't mind watching play last season when he was up. He was kind of a utility man, but ended up playing a heck of a second base for a lot of the season. So hopefully he's able to do more of the same this year. Sharp statistical platoon system, they call it. It is sharp. It's razor sharp. Razor sharp. That's why we have seen the weird pitching combos that we've seen so far, and bickerings of the Giants pitching staff being not happy with it, which is insane. I can't believe KMBR published that today. But anywho, Slater, so we're looking for hip contusion, they're calling it. Isn't a contusion just like a bad bruise? Anybody in the YouTube chat give me an answer on that? I don't know. How is it a contusion different than a bruise? It's got to be similar. Mauricio Dubon had not played in the outfield as a pro before 2020 with the Giants. His first time in the outfield, he played some outfield last night, and he's getting the start in center field of all positions. The Giants have struggled to get quality starts from. He's in center field. And the second Giants hitter now to put a ball in that right field corner that Betts was able to track down. It's not a bad swing of the bat from Mauricio Dubon. It doesn't get us anywhere here early on, but hopefully we keep getting some quality contact from him. All right, right, still looking for news on Samardzija. Huh. But Connor Joe is cancer-free? I didn't realize the guy even had cancer. Interesting that popped up after I was talking about Connor Joe in relationship to Mauricio Dubon. But anyway, writers have asked Capita this question a few times this weekend. The Giants say Samardzija is not injured and there is indeed a plan to have him start a game. We'll see. There is indeed a plan to have him start a game. What does that mean? Come on, guys. How cryptic is that? That's the state of things in Major League Baseball these days. I mean, they used to have pretty strict rules about having to announce injuries and whatnot like that. Remember the NHL used to do that too. They'd have like you have to disclose all these injuries, and then they just said you don't have to anymore. And then all of a sudden, everything became an upper body injury. You could have like a left foot that was completely severed from your body, and they just call it undisclosed upper body injury, and would not give you any sort of timetable when guys are return. I think that's kind of what we've gone to in Major League Baseball now. Maybe that's just because of the short season. It probably is the excuse for now, but that's probably, I imagine that's going to be kind of status quo moving forward. It's just going to be a whole lot of, we're not telling you what's going on. Tyler Heineman getting on base again. Guy is quickly making his way into my good graces. It's good to have a catcher who's getting on base. So that is, let's see, today, it's the second walk he's taken this season. Guys, good start of the season. So another runner on base early on and for the Giants. We'll see what Jalen Davis has got for us. This is Urias's second time in the stretch of this game. So they had him in the stretch in the first inning. You want to keep getting these guys in the stretch. Don't let them go along. Don't get them in a nice, solid rhythm in the windup. Kind of odd that you think it's like a pickoff throw. Why would you throw a pickoff to first base for the catcher? Like, I mean, it's not Jason Kendall over there at first base. The catchers don't run well. Heineman is no exception. All right. Well, Jalen Davis seems pretty content with starting his first at bat at tonight's game 0-2. Newer thought. Boy, the Giants were definitely in some need of newer thought. That's kind of an understatement there from the ESPN announcers. Bochy got us 3 rings, man. I mean, you can't argue with that. But how awful has the Giants' offense been for the last Sabian number of years? Heineman stealing second inning safe. Is that a hit? That wasn't a hit and run, obviously, because it was an 0-2. That's their first stolen base of the season. The catcher steal. Okay, so maybe holding him on was the right thing to do. Doesn't have bad speed. He doesn't have great speed. I mean, the ball got there way before he did, but it was in the dirt, and it was sort of an awkward tag put on, a very late awkward tag put on by Kike Hernandez. But so there you go. First stolen base from the catcher. Oh, I guess we're back on the main ESPN channel now, not on ESPN2 any longer. Brandon Crawford. Not in the lineup yesterday. Needs to get the bat going. $1.67 he's currently at right now, which is, what's that, 1 for 6, I think. Swing and a miss at a pretty straight fastball right down Broadway. All right, this is going to be troublesome. MLB Game Day, which is how we get our stats and everything, is... Oh, wow, Siri is recording everything I'm saying right now. I'm trying to put in a text message. That's so helpful, Siri. What was I saying? Game Day is like a pitch and a half ahead of the ESPN thing, so I'm trying not to look at that. It was pretty much right on with the last couple of games, but tonight it's way behind. Maybe I have to hit the refresh here and try to... I don't know. What are we doing? What are we doing? Live. Does a live hitting the live button get us anywhere? No. 1-1 to Brandon Crawford, 2 outs. Runner on second is Tyler Heineman. In the top of the second, 0-0 the score. Way wide. It's 2-1. And it goes ESPN trying to create controversy here, suggesting that Crawford has a strained relationship with Gabe Kapler already because he was benched basically in the first game. And it's a pretty sharp grounder right to Corey Seager at second, who throws easily onto first. And that is the side retired. Another runner left on base, of which the Giants have had plenty in this series. But we're getting runners on. We're getting Urias in the stretch quite a bit, so hopefully we keep that rolling as we go forward. Does anybody watch SportsCenter anymore? Is that something that still happens? I haven't watched SportsCenter in years. I pretty much get my sports scores and highlights online now, but I guess ESPN is still a thing that exists, right? Oh gosh, now I'm on the ESPN2 feed. This is trying to watch these games on their websites. It's just excruciating. Excruciating. Let's see. Can I watch through MLB TV? Let's take a look and see if I can do that. Let's see. Moving to MLB.TV. That's just a better platform. Is there a way I can watch through that? No, it's just straight blacked out. You can't even sign in with your credentials. So it's watching through ESPN.com.org. Yep. We are on regular ESPN now, and I'm pretty sure, yeah, we're in commercials. Yep, here we go. So all of a sudden I was watching SportsCenter. Just a seamless... I'm only half listening because I'm trying to talk to you guys too. Yeah, I'd be curious to know what the cardboard cutout attendance is as well. I think they said that like 4,500 somewhere around there. I think they said earlier in this season, the series. By the way, if you're watching, seriously consider liking and subscribing this stream because it'll get us noticed by more people and we get some actual fan interaction going on in the chat room here. Cody, this is not Cody Bellinger. That's Taylor. That is at the plate. Chris Taylor. I'm excited to see the Giants get back home on Tuesday and see what the ballpark looks like. They got the new bullpens and the center field, behind the center field wall, I should say, this season, which is a big change, but we'll see how that goes. Oh, solid contact, but pretty good positioning for Mauricio Dubon there. And first out is put away in the bottom of the second. So we are 1/3 of the way to a 1-2-3 inning. That's kind of the perpetual watch mode that we're in. It's kind of like it's like a tornado watch. We're on a 1-2-3 inning watch constantly. And now you got to. I mean, God, it doesn't get easier with this team. Corey Seager, Kike Hernandez, it's just on and on and on. Another fly ball to pretty deep center field, halfway on the warning track. Dubon able to track that one down, and again, he's basically positioned right there. And so, something that I was, the main social media that I'm on is Facebook. So I'm on there looking at a lot of posts and comments, the comments section of some of the posts that the San Francisco Giants have put up or KNBR's put up or something of that nature. And there's a lot of people bickering about the way that the Giants are playing defense and all the shifts and everything, and taking Crawford out, blah blah blah, all that stuff. And I mean, that's where the game is today. That's how baseball. That's the direction baseball is going in. If the shift seems new to you, you haven't been paying attention the last couple of years because they've been doing it for everybody, and it's not new. It is here to stay, I think, because it works. The numbers say it works, and the teams are pretty well adapted to the numbers. So if the numbers change and they say it's not working anymore, then they stop doing it. You've seen that with Buster Posey last season. The teams pretty much played straight up defense against Buster Posey. Oh, interesting. I thought Yastrzemski was going to catch that. I think he thought Dubon was going to catch it because he basically just gave up on it. He was on that ball. Oh, young defense. So the 1-2-3 inning is, we got 2/3 of the way there. He expected Dubon to catch it. I think it was a little bit out of his range anyway. Maybe not a whole lot of communication. That was kind of a tweener, but hell, it looked like he was going to track that down. Oh, the offense. The offense has got to, I don't know if they have the kind of talent offensively to make up for these fielding blunders, which have become sort of a mainstay so far in the first 4 games. I mean, he was right there on the ball, Buster Olney. I don't know how you say that he didn't see it. Maybe he lost it at the very end, but he had a beat on that thing. He just thought that Dubon was going to catch it because they didn't communicate. AJ Pollock. I would have loved this guy to have been a Giant once he left the Diamondbacks. Him and Kristen Yelich. The Giants could have got Kristen Yelich. My gosh, that guy is talented. Pollock is like, gosh, man, he would have been a good Giant. They keep showing some. They keep pointing the camera at Dubon, which is ESPN suggesting that that's Dubon's fault? Because kind of seemed like it was. I mean, Yastrzemski kind of gave way to his center fielder who was nowhere in the neighborhood on that. Oh, well. We're beating that one to death, I think. 2-1 to A.J. Pollock with 2 down and a runner on first in the bottom of the second. 0-0 still. Did the Giants make... We didn't see the game go this far without having a score in so far this series. Third oldest ballpark in the league. Interesting. I think the Dodger fans love their stadium, but it looks like not a nice place to be. Right into the defense again. Wilmer Flores standing right behind the bag, and that's exactly where they hit it. So 3 examples of very well-placed defense in that inning, and 1 example of defense that just didn't communicate at all. So nearly a 3-up, 3-down inning, but can't give credit for that, can we? I'm gonna have like a little wheel or something that we spin every time the Giants get a 1-2-3 inning, and we'll have to raffle something off because I think I might come out ahead on that one because we ain't going to be giving away a whole lot of stuff this season because there is not going to be a whole lot of 1-2-3 innings if the first 3 games, 3+ games of this season are any indication. So 1 hitter. Both teams have had 1 guy on base in each of their first 2 times up. So both teams have 2 runners left on base, 1 per inning. Early on in the game, Smiley 2 hits given up, which that should not have been there should only be 1, and 1 strikeout. While Urias is 1 hit, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. So similar lines so far. Giants have Mauricio Dubon, Mike Yastrzemski, and Wilmer Flores coming up. Here we go, trying to talk about how great Dodger Stadium is. That's a piece of garbage stadium. Man, the Oakland A's stadium is like the same thing. It's marginally better than Candlestick Park at this point. I'm not talking about the current state of Candlestick Park, obviously, but yeah, you know what I'm saying. All right, so going back to some box scores for the first 3 games. I can't keep this up all season. It's just too hard to go from game to game. But let's see. Last night's game. Let's see. 1, 2, 3 innings is what we're looking for. First inning, no. They faced 5 batters. Second inning last night, faced 6 batters. Third inning last night, 1, 2, 3 inning. Finally. Nice job there, Giants. So 2 1, 2, 3 innings so far through the first 3 games. Fourth inning last night, it was a 1, 2, 3 inning. So great, 2-in-1 game. Unheard of. Fifth inning, 1, 2, 3 inning. Now, it's questionable. This is all questionable, okay? Because we saw the Dodgers base running. Oh, Dubon just hits a screamer, and there's nowhere. Wow. Against the shift, a light tapper down the first base line. There's nobody within the county on that side of the field because of the shift, and it's a foot race between him and the pitcher, and the pitcher is not going to win that. Dubon has just got way too good of a jump. And Urias is not. He's a lefty, and so he's fallen away from first base off the mound. That's just an easy foot race win. So Dubon's got his first hit of the season. That's Giants baseball right there. It has been for the last decade at least. So we're going to play the small ball, I guess, is the best you can. I mean, we're going to get a bunch of guys on base hitting the weakest stuff we can possibly hit. So there it is, a runner on to lead off the inning. They've had a runner on in every inning, all 3 innings so far. So we're talking about the 1, 2, 3 innings that the Giants had again last night, and the ineptitude of the Dodgers base running, which is generally a Giants feature. But Cody Bellinger flies out to we're talking about the 3rd inning of yesterday's game. There I go again, calling it last night. But so Cody Bellinger flies out the left field to start off the inning, the bottom of the third. Justin Turner doubles on a fly ball to right fielder Jalen Davis. Okay. Justin Turner hits a lot of doubles. Nothing new. But then Corey Seager came out and lined into a double play. Hit one to Wilmer Flores, who did this weird, like, oh, I'm going this way, and now the ball's going that way. And so now at the last second, I reach over my body to do some really weird reversal thing that fools everybody and makes an easy double play at second base because Justin Turner was on third basically already by then. So a double play. Do you call that a 1-2-3 inning? They got 3 batters faced, 3 outs, but someone got on base. So that's not the clean inning that we're really looking for. 4th inning comes around. Chris Taylor lines a single or grounds through up the middle through the hole, ground ball to center, base hit. And then Jock Peterson singled on a line drive to right fielder Jalen Davis. Chris Taylor was thrown out trying to advance the third because there was like the relay throw from right field was off or something. It got by somebody, and Taylor tried to stretch it out and got thrown out of third. And then so you got Peterson on first base, but then I don't know what the heck happened. Kike Hernandez hit a fly ball to center field. Mike Yastrzemski, which Yastrzemski caught. It was a great catch. And then he was able to double up Jock Peterson at first because he was too far off the bag. So, again, there was 2 hits in that inning. It was still 3 up, 3 down. Sort of. Not the clean inning we're looking for, but that's how that happened. So 2 base running mistakes in that inning. And then the 5th inning, Austin Barnes led off with a single to left field. Max Muncy flew out to center field. Then Mookie Betts came in, hit a liner to shortstop Mauricio Dubon, who was able to throw Barnes out at first. So they were able to double him up on another line drive. So again, there was a hit and a runner got on the inning, and still the Giants were able to get 3 up, 3 down. Not the clean inning, but just poor base running by the Dodgers. Now into the 6th inning. The 6th inning was a legit 3 up, 3 down clean inning. They got 3 up, 3 down 4 innings in a row. That's how the Giants were up 5-1 last night, until all of a sudden the young bullpen couldn't get guys out anymore because the Dodgers stopped making stupid mistakes on the base paths. But that's not the only reason why it happened. But all right, Mike Yastrzemski drawing a little walkie poo. We've got 2 runners on. Nobody down in the top of the third. Dubon at second. He's got some wheels. So this is his first time on base this season. Let's see if he can make some base running blunder here. And Mike Yastrzemski is at first. So there you go. It's the lineup has turned over here. We've got Yastrzemski on base again, which I'm happy about. And now Wilmer Flores comes up with nobody out and 2 runners on. I think his job here, for the most part, is to try to advance these 2 runners up by any means necessary, and that generally doesn't mean a fly ball to the outfield. That's kind of an unproductive out in this situation. The bunt is popular. He's the second hitter, but this guy, I mean, he had great numbers last year. I don't know if a bunt's what you're going to want to see out of him. It's one of your more established hitters in this lineup in terms of major league, like actual service. First pitch from Urias, not close, as he is again in the stretch, as he has been for most of the game tonight. And you can say the same for the Giants. And Smiley has been in the stretch quite a bit of his first 2 innings. And oops, I fouled that off swing. So anyway, the Giants in the 6th inning last night finally get 3 up, 3 down, legit style. A pop-up to shortstop, a strikeout, and then a line-out to left fielder Austin Slater, who made that great catch, which is now got him not in the lineup today. For, a walk and then 3 straight strikeouts in the 7th inning last night. A great, well-pitched inning by Sean Anderson, who out of the stretch with a runner on, strikes out 3 guys in a row. That's what you want to see from a guy out of the bullpen. Great job, Sean Anderson. Swung on and missed there by Wilmer Flores. It's now 1-2. Then the wheels start falling off in the 8th for the Giants last night, and the 9th was interesting in that Trevor Gott came in to try to close it out, gave up a solo homer to start with, which brought the Dodgers within 1, which made things a little nerve-wracking, but then he got 3 straight batters after that. All out of the... Didn't have anybody on the entire time. Wilmer Flores looks foolish, swinging and missing for a strikeout. Oh, man. That was not the at-bat we needed right there. So, anywho, we got Darren Ruff will be up here with 1 away. Still 2 runners at first and second in the top of the 3rd. These are the at-bats that the Giants have just not been cashing in on, and did, especially in the first game of the series. They did not. They had a bunch of... I mean, I kept harping on it the last broadcast. They had the bases loaded with nobody out, and they got 1 run on a sacrifice fly. That's all they could scratch out of it. So you got to do a better job of putting the ball in the play in a way that is going to be effective and get a runner across the plate. I feel like there's more cutouts. There's more cutouts in this game. Have they been... People still must be purchasing them or something. A lot of celebrities in those cutouts there. Did they change them at all, or is it the same ones? Looks like they're different. There's different ones up there. All right, so the strike zone's a little on the generous side tonight. It's been odd the first 3 games. There would be like sometimes you get the wide strikes, sometimes you wouldn't get the wide strikes. Sometimes you get the high strikes, other guys you wouldn't get the high or the low strikes, and it was just very, very odd. All right, we want to see Darren Ruff cash in here. Number 3 and 4 hitters coming up. Hunter Pence is on deck. Has not gotten on base yet this season. Dubon on base for the first time. Ooh, nice. Just below the belt fastball to right down the middle. Swinging and missing. Not what we're looking for. These announcers, man. Whew. Grab some pine meat. Seems appropriate. There we go. Darren Ruff finds a way to get one through the hole between short and 3rd. And Dubon, with the wheels, is able to score from second. Darren Ruff drives his 2nd run into the season. So way to go, Darren Ruff. He's the guy that, played baseball in Korea for the last 3 years, last 3 seasons. Great to see him coming in and getting it done at the major league level. Just found a way to get it between Justin Turner and Corey Seager. Well, we're not seeing the power from Darren Ruff yet at the major league level, but the guy's putting the ball in play and making things happen. All right, Buster, we need you. Not Buster, Gus, sorry. Hunter Pence. We need to see you come through here. We need to get something going. We need something out of our cleanup hitter. Or you're not going to find yourself in that position very much more. Hunter Pence is... Oh, nice solid liner to right. Oh, nicely run down by Mookie Betts. Is he going to double us up? No, Yastrzemski wisely did not stray too far from second base. You don't want to give the Dodgers some of those base running mistakes from last night back here tonight. Nice job of the Giants getting out to a lead. This is I think this is the third time in this series they've scored the first run, including yesterday. Is that right? I think that's right. So again, we're trying to find the positive, the silver lining through all this. Yep, the Giants scored first on opening day. They definitely did not score first on in game 2, but they scored first yesterday too. In the top of the first inning. Yeah, so 3 out of 4 games scoring first. You should probably expect to get a split when that's happening. And that's more of a relevant stat, I think, in like hockey than it is in baseball. But still, it's a good thing. It is a good thing. All right, 1-1 now to Donovan Solano. 2 down in the inning after Hunter Pence lines out pretty well into the right center gap, but Mookie Betts, being the player that he is, was able to track that down. His range has been great tonight so far, tracking a bunch of 2 pretty decently hit line drives into the right field corner. He tracked those down, and then that one into the gap he tracked down. 1-2 now to Solano. They're talking about metrics now to determine how well you play the outfield. Foul. Mookie Betts has bowled a 300 game. That is impressive. That is impressive. I think my best score is like 207 or something. Funny story. A coworker of mine invited me to come play in a substitute for a bowling league that he's in several months ago. It's the first time I'd probably bowled since I moved out of California, to be honest. So it's probably 10 years, 10 plus years. My first game right out of bag, I think I bowled a 201 or something like that. And I was like, don't expect that every darn game. It got worse from there. But yeah, I mean, sometimes you just got the stroke. You know what I'm saying? Just the magic stroke. Solano puts another ball on that down the right field line that is foul. Mookie Betts not able to track that one down. This jersey does not breathe. I can see why they don't do this 80s style jersey anymore. It's a little hot here. We got the AC going. One thing I enjoy about being out of California is we got air conditioning here in North Carolina. Everybody's got it. So we check the Nest stats. Come on, Solano. And a little lazy fly ball, right center. That's 2 outfielders communicating right there. Bellinger calls them off, and Betts just gets out of the neighborhood. So the Giants scratch a run across. Thank you to Darren Ruff, his second RBI of the season. Thank you so many. We'll take plenty more of those. Giants just haven't gotten too greedy with scoring runs this season. They haven't been able to get a whole lot of clusters of runs. They've several instances. I mean, obviously the first 2 games they scored 1 run each in those games, but even yesterday they had opportunities. They'd get 1 run, opportunities to get 1 run, and eventually they broke through and scored a few runs. We got the big hit, but it's been elusive so far, and they've got that 1 run. They've got they've strung enough offense together to get 1 across. And so, I mean, it's better than nothing. That's for darn sure. But they're going to have to find a way to get some guys that can keep a rally going and really make a team pay for walking guys, making fielding errors, things of that nature. You got to make them pay for that. You got to make those hurt. And that's the difference between teams that make the playoffs every year and teams that are at the bottom of the league every year. Definitely. Easier said than done. I mean, I'm saying some pretty obvious stuff. Hunter Pence still 0 for the season. Has not struck out yet today. But, as I said, 0 for the season still. Dubon now 1 for the season. So we've already kind of checked off one of those boxes, and that we talked about pregame, about a couple guys that need to get off the schneid. And I guess we can say that a little tapper down the first base line when the entire infield is shifted to the left is a good way to get off the schneid. I mean, it's like kind of one of those situations like Brandon Belt. You could just bunt the ball down the third base line and you get on every single at bat. But that's not what you pay Brandon Belt for. So he doesn't do it that often. But it was one of those. Like, if you just bunt that ball up the first base line, and as long as you're faster than that pitcher, you're going to win that race every single time. And that's what happened there. I think Muncy was the one that fielded it, which is crazy because how far off first base he was in that case. So anyway, we are up 1-0. That's where we want to be right now. The Dodgers have the 9-1-2 coming up here. So Will Smith, the catcher, will lead off. They were talking quite a bit last night about how Barnes had started, and he's kind of, during last season, went from being the everyday starter or like the preferred starter to all of a sudden Will Smith comes on the scene, and then he's the number one guy. And you see the numbers he had last season, 907 OPS. Came in and, hey, he was able to hit with power. Maybe not a huge batting average guy, but a guy who was able to hit, get some extra base hits, get some homers, and not a full season of work. So he's the number one catcher right now for the Dodgers, hitting in the 9 spot. So, but if you can get his kind of production from your 9th place hitter, the Giants can't match that. That's for sure. That's not something we've ever been. Well, maybe ever is a bad word, but in recent memory, I can't remember the Giants getting that kind of production from the bottom of the order. Not since maybe perhaps since Brandon Crawford had his best seasons and was hitting in the 8th spot. But he hasn't been doing that the last several years. Smiley with a pretty good, solid start so far. That was a good pitch. But low. It's a 3-2 count to Will Smith to start the 3rd inning. All right, jammed him. Jam spot, a little popper into short left. Are we going to communicate this time? We are. Dubon makes the play, and we are 1/3 of the way to the clean 3-up, 3-down inning that we're looking for. Oh, this is interesting. Look at these old school guys here. Ken Caminiti, rest in peace. Roger Clemens, Alex Rodriguez, Josh Donaldson, former Athletic. Mookie Betts, former Red Sox. All right, back on the Mookie Betts thing. We got to keep Mookie Betts down. Struck out in to lead off the game, in fact. The only strikeout that Drew Smiley's had so far. Betts definitely is a guy who seems to be capable. He seems to guess. He'll guess even with 2 strikes on him, and it hasn't worked out too well for him so far in this new season. Of course, this is his first time hitting in the National League, so he's kind of learning a lot of these pitchers, and the Giants are throwing pitchers out there that the Dodgers have not ever faced before. As I already mentioned, kind of in the pregame, not a whole lot of Dodgers track record, not a whole lot of at-bats against Drew Smiley on this Dodgers team. Mookie Betts has the most, 17 at-bats coming into the next game, and he struck out in his first at-bat tonight, and was not looking for a curveball that broke right over the middle of the plate on that 2-1 pitch, so it's 2-2. Got to stay hydrated. Something that you don't ever get a camera pointed on the announcers all the time in Major League Baseball. There's a grounder through the shifted hole on the right side of the infield for a base hit for Mookie Betts. His second, I think that's his second hit as a Dodger. And they're talking about exactly what I was talking about. It's got to you come through and you barely get anything done for the first 4 games against what you got to think is a vastly inferior Giants team, pitching staff, everything. And there's got to be a ton of pressure on a guy like Mookie Betts for the amount, that huge contract that he signed. Max Muncy has killed the Giants so far in this season/series, which is all the same thing. Nice first pitch there. He wasn't looking for that curveball. Nobody down. Mookie Betts at first base in the bottom of the third. Giants up 1-0. Drew Smyly, pretty impressive so far. I mean, Betts just rolled that one through a hole, which we've seen quite a bit so far in 4 games this season. Guys on both the Giants and the Dodgers able to hit against the shift, go the other way and hit balls through the infield where there was absolutely nobody standing. So, interesting. So Smyly will be in the stretch for most of this inning as well, it appears, unless you can get them to little double play. I gotta say, definitely swung at that ball. Did he not? On appeal, I guess they say no. I don't know if you guys at home can see this, so you're on ESPN as well, but the way the sort of the green screen billboard type of thing behind home plate works is part of Drew Smyly's hat. Looks like it's invisible. Translucent, you can kind of see through it when they do the behind the pitcher shot here. There you see it. Part of the ESPN ad is shining, is sort of shimmering through his hat. Probably because they're both black. Like that ad is mostly black and the Giants hat is black. Would you look at all those cardboard cutouts? Come on. He swung at that. Heineman doesn't like it. ESPN doesn't even seem interested in trying to give us a side view of these last check swings that resulted in appeals to the third base umpire. Lefty on lefty, and it's now 2-2 after a foul ball. And definitely some visual artifacts with that little billboard there. Kind of funny. Helicopter flying directly behind the lights, and they're in the left field. Apparently, at Dodger Stadium, they get quite a bit of air traffic noise. A lot of planes flying kind of over, as that is very much kind of on the final approach to Los Angeles airport. So you get planes flying over all the time. Not really like a Mets, New York Mets type of scenario, but you'll hear some planes flying over and get helicopters flying back by there all the time. I think Betts is going to run on this pitch. Yep, there he goes. And it's fouled off. Sort of a hit and run. He had a gigantic lead. They just happened to be on the right camera at the right time there to show us how big of a lead he had. It's like that guy's going to steal. This is a steal situation. Look at that lead. Smyly's just not paying a whole lot of attention to him. Really nice job of checking the runner there. It's a great pitch. A really good pitch. My goodness. 3-2 to Max Muncy. Don't give in on the 3-2 pitch here. Nice. Almost the same pitch, a little bit higher. Strikes him out. Very well. Very well done. So he struck out Mookie Betts once and now Max Muncy once. Not easy to do. Which brings up Justin Turner, so it doesn't get any easier. Turner through the first 3 games and 1 at bat this season, an OPS of 1.303. That's high if you are not familiar. Wow. Straight steal and a ginormous jump. Yeah, Smiley's not paying him hardly any attention. But I'm not sure the Giants really really care that much. They're trying to get Turner out, which he's by average he has had the most. He's off to the best start out of everybody in the Dodger lineup so far this season. Several doubles. Nice curveball that they're not biting on. The Dodgers have done a pretty nice job of waiting out the Giants' breaking stuff so far in this series. They're looking for the fastballs, and yesterday the Giants weren't giving in. They were just throwing, okay, you want breaking stuff, we'll keep giving you breaking and off-speed stuff. They did a nice job with that. It wasn't quite the Joe Kelly situation where he came in and that's not very well received by Tyler Heineman there. How's it 3-0? Wait a minute. That first pitch was a strike. Wasn't it? Oh my gosh. Okay. The first pitch was a strike. It was not called a strike, but it was right down the middle of the plate, and Justin Turner just walked away and wasn't even just taking all the way. And it's one of those where because the guy was stealing, the umpire just gives up on the play, doesn't even really watch where the ball is because they're watching more of the throw. Whatever. The ball was right down the middle of the plate on the first pitch, and it was called a ball. All right, this umpire doesn't like to stay with... Who was the umpire tonight? He doesn't stay with the curveball. I feel like I need to write that down because we'll see these guys again. A bunch of umpires, incidentally, that are sitting the season out, that are opting out. There's Joe Kelly's hat going all ghost translucent again on the like the blue that's doing it. It looks like of that little signage back there behind home plate. Just things you notice watching broadcasts. That was not close for ball 4. It was an easy take. But if you have to pitch around somebody, I guess that's the one to do it. And you know that Cody Bellinger, the reigning MVP, is coming up, but he has had a really slow start so far, but you can't expect that to last forever, obviously. I mean, the guy was the reigning MVP for a reason. But here he is, and it's another guy the Giants have done a really nice job of keeping off the bases in this series. And hopefully that continues here. So far, Smiley's 52 pitches in to his start now, and he's only got 2 outs in the third. Definitely not getting the clean inning that we've been talking about. It's hard to do against this Dodgers team. It's just going to be difficult for any team to do it consistently. And Johnny Cueto is the only starter that we've seen so far that's really been able to do it. And he only did it once. Oh, and Bellinger knocks a grounder through the hole on the right side of the infield for a base hit. And the Dodgers' first run has come across. So, RBI single there for Cody Bellinger, his first of the season, I believe. His first run batted in. That is accurate. Scored 3 times himself, as he's got now 2 hits on the season. That's his first ribeye. Yeah, he walked twice and scored twice yesterday, once in game 2. But he's not, yeah, he hasn't, yeah. So, in this inning, both of the guys who have been kind of needing to get off the schneid for the Dodgers have gotten off the schneid. Sean Anderson starts warming up in the bullpen. Pitched very well last night in a couple of innings. Would not mind seeing him come in. But yeah, Smiley's had a long third inning here. 53 pitches in. So now we got Taylor at the plate with still 2 down. Runners at the corners. First pitch, swing and a miss. Pardon me. Ooh, up and in. We haven't seen Smiley really have much command of the outside corner so far, and I'm not sure if that's really a part of his game. He seems to be trying to get inside on a lot of these righties, which is not super surprising, but he's really not utilizing that sort of Kirk Reeder low and outside corner. And for a lefty, that's just barely sort of check swing tapped foul. But a lot of lefties will live on that corner, and especially guys that don't have high velocity stuff, which Drew Smiley doesn't really have. But yeah, I don't know if this location just isn't there tonight or what, but he's been using the inside of the plate, which is okay. I mean, if you can effectively pitch to the inside, which he's been doing an okay job of, then go for it, you know? Now we throw over to first base. That might have kept Mookie Betts from stealing second earlier if we had done that a couple of times when he was on first, but oh well. We're throwing over to check on Bellinger. Bellinger's got wheels. I mean, the guy can run. It's not Justin Turner with the wheels, but he's at third base, so. Come on. Woo! He was on that curveball, which was right over the middle of the plate. You want to see him get that pitch down, but he was on it, but fouled it straight back. So might not get away with that pitch again, and that especially in that location. Another look at Sean Anderson warming up in the bullpen. If I got to think that if Taylor gets on here, we may see a pitching change. Again, going inside and not able to put the ball in play, but it's fouled off. 58 pitches now for Drew Smiley. 30 pitches this inning. Yeah, I don't think that a guy who pitched on Thursday, just one inning, but starters don't do that. You know, starters don't pitch 3 days ago and then come back and then go deep into a game generally. Oh, crushed. But Yastrzemski is able to track it down in the left field corner. Very solid line drive. You heard it off the bat. That was a solid contact. But, again, well-positioned defense. And the Giants are able to limit the damage to just 1 run in the bottom of the third. So tie game at 1 apiece through 3. And we look ahead to the top of the 4th. The Giants will be leading off with Tyler Heineman, who walked the first time up. Again, just that guy's just finding ways to get on base. Followed by Jalen Davis and Brandon Crawford, who has been reacquainted with his 8th spot in the lineup. So we'll see what happens here. If for some reason it's 3 up, 3 down, and the Giants are not able to get anything going this inning, they will lead off again with Dubon. The next inning, which the last time that happened, the Giants scored a run as he led off with the weakest of base hits, but he got on base. That was his first of the season, and Yastrzemski walked, moving Dubon to second, and then 2 batters later, Cameron Ruff singled in the first run. So Dubon kind of in, like, if he can get his bat going, kind of in a second leadoff man type of position, where you get him followed by Yastrzemski. If you can get those 2 guys on base, then you have the makings for a good inning. Just wish they had more established hitters kind of behind those guys who had more of a track record of driving guys in. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not too interested in buying Nissan cars. I'm guessing they won't be a sponsor on this show anytime soon after saying that. Yeah, what else is going on in the league? I almost don't pay attention. There's so much Giant stuff that I've got to pay attention to that I almost don't pay attention to anything else in the league. That's what happens when you have 2 young kids. You don't have a whole lot of time to scour all this baseball news. And what's going on? Checking the Bleacher Report. Longoria likes what he sees. First W in the books for 2020. Having Longoria tweet from yesterday. What are we saying tonight? Chris Taylor. Oh, just talking about that line out from Chris Taylor to end the inning there. Came off the bat at 103.8 miles per hour. He roped that ball. He really did. Heineman at the plate starts out 1-1 here. It was 52 pitches for Urias through 3 innings as well. So both of these pitchers, high pitch counts through 3 innings. Higher than what you would ideally want. 2-1 now, Heineman. It's a great chance for me to remind everybody, all of the 4 viewers that we have, if you like what you're seeing, if you want to support the channel, like and subscribe. Like and subscribe is the best thing I can say. Smash that like button at the very least. You don't have to necessarily subscribe. We'd love to see you subscribe. So we're going to be doing this several times throughout this shortened season, but like and subscribe. 3-2 now after the foul ball to Tyler Heineman. It's going deep in counts. I mean, this guy's a gamer. He just has the look of a fighter up there too. I mean, the guy's has really had some great at bats so far in the 3 games he's played in. And I think that's the second time this series he's done that. Put a ball through the shift, against the shift on the right side of the infield for a base hit. Heineman, as I said in the opening today, I wasn't expecting him to be on my intriguing list on League of Players that I'm intrigued with, but he's there. He's got my attention. Now, we'll talk about the Giants' catcher situation. My understanding of this Joey Bart thing is obviously the Giants did not put Joey Bart on the roster to start the season. They only have to basically get through a week of games to avoid this whole season counting towards his major league service time. And so that's got to be extremely attractive to the Giants, because if they put him on the roster on opening day, then this whole season counts. That's one less year of control that the Giants will have of him down the line. And in a 60-game season, I just don't know that that's really what you're looking for. Jalen Davis able to use his speed to beat out a pretty much tailor-made, not really a tailor-made double play grounder, but a ball that was grounded back to the mound. Urias had to kind of wait to get the ball to Kike Hernandez, but yeah, Jalen Davis on the backside of that double play able to beat it out. So you get the slower running Heineman, who has a stolen base in this game. I mean, I was talking about how he didn't have that much speed, and they're throwing pickoff attempts over there and everything, but Jalen Davis definitely has more speed than Tyler Heineman does. So you get an out, and you have exchanged the runners. And now they're pickoff attempt for Jalen Davis there. I guess that means he's about to steal a base too, if there's any sort of pattern being followed here. Brandon Crawford, please find your way out of my doghouse. I would be so ecstatic if you did that. All right. Unfortunately, liner hit off the end of the bat that goes directly to Mookie Betts. He didn't have to move for that one. So short-lived at bat for Brandon Crawford. Put the ball in play. Sort of line drive-ish off the end of the bat. Yeah, Mookie Betts has been busy in right field tonight. All right, Mauricio Dubon, who hit the weakest base hit so far this season for the Giants in his first at bat, but also scored as a result of that. So we'll take them any way we can get them here, Giants fans. Yeah, that can't be a strike. I'm pretty sure a curveball tonight is not allowed to be a called strike. If you don't swing at it, it's not going to be called a strike, I think is the rule. Who is this umpire? Where is this listed? We need answers. Home plate umpire is Rob Drake, the longtime home. Listen to this. It's got Rob Drake, Bill Miller, Doug Eddings, Edwin Moscoso. There's some veteran umpires there, man. And Rob Drake, I'm telling you, he doesn't like to stay with doesn't stay with the curveball. Just doesn't stay with it. Wow. Dubon reaching halfway across the San Fernando Valley to hit that weak little pop up to right field, and Mookie Betts has a sixth put out of the night. So the Giants get another runner on and leave another runner on base, but they've got guys on in every inning so far. You got to keep that up. 4 hits through 4 innings. Dodgers coming to the plate. We'll see who comes out to pitch the fourth here for the Giants. Is it going to be Sean Anderson, or are they going to put Smiley out there again? We've got the 6, 7, and 8 hitters coming up. Seager, who's got some hits. Kike Hernandez has definitely had some success. He's got 1 hit already tonight. And then A.J. Pollock, who these aren't guys that I really want to mess with too much. None of the batters in this Dodger offense are guys that I want to mess with. So I'm sure Gabe Kapler's probably thinking something similar, and probably is going to lift Smiley out of this game. He just threw too many pitches in that 3rd inning. So we'll probably see Sean Anderson, who pitched pretty darn impressively last night, as I've said a couple of times now, but cannot be overstated. As looking at the box score from last night's game, 1 inning, 3 strikeouts and a walk. He lead off walk and then struck out the next 3 batters after that. So I'm not saying that we should expect that from him every night, but that can't be too bad of a thing. Hey, we got a like. The second like. Thank you so much for the second like, whoever gave the second like tonight. Now we need you to hit the subscribe button. Hit the subscribe button. It's red. It's easy to see. It's right there. It's red. It's right there. Right there. Right down there. It's like right down there. Maybe it's over there. I think it's over there. Yeah, it's this side, right? Yeah, it's this side. Oh, it's so weird seeing. Look at this. The NBA. Is that a joke? The ESPN crawl has an NBA Rockets versus Grizzlies score. What is that? How it's just like locked on that. It's got to. That was so strange. That was the NBA Finals last game, wasn't it? Like, can we get some curation of the crawl material here? I guess not. Some Mickey Mouse organization can't get anything right. Speaking of that, you got that Disney Plus ad just plastered, just like a fixture on the bottom right hand corner of the screen on the ESPN broadcast, isn't it? $12.99 for the three of those things. ESPN Plus, not impressed. I gotta say, I'm not impressed. I don't know what I'm gonna do with a Hulu subscription. All right, Smiley's out there again. Got a quick 0-2 now against Seager, who's weakly just fouled off a ball. 62 pitches into this start. So 60 pitches through 3 innings for Drew Smiley. I mean, he's battling out there. He made it through that third inning and limited the damage to just the 1 run through a very tough part of the Dodgers lineup. So give him credit for that. He's proven resilient so far. He could have absolutely melted down, and he hasn't done it. 1-2 now. Because he pitched on Thursday, I can't imagine Smiley's going to get too stretched out here. Grounder deep in the hole at second, but of course Wilmer Flores is playing in the right field position, the short right field position with a shift. And here comes Gabe Kapler. So that's Drew Smiley's night done. I think he wanted to get him in there, get the lefty versus lefty matchup, but now with the right-handed hitting who is he? Yeah, the right-handed hitting Kike Hernandez coming in. He's going to go to the right. He's going to go to Sean Anderson. Perhaps. Yep, there he comes. All right, so let's see if Sean Anderson can do anything similar to what he did last night when he comes in. It's the pitching change taking place. It's still 1-1 in the bottom of the 4th with 1 out. Nobody on base. So, yeah, Sean Anderson last night came in and faced in the 7th Chris Taylor, who he walked. He walked on 5 pitches. Jock Peterson, Enrique Hernandez, and Edwin Rios. Enrique, it's so weird that everybody calls him Kike Hernandez, but Enrique Hernandez is the name that MLB keeps using on all of its stats. So it kind of catches me by surprise. So he is going to face, Sean Anderson's going to come in and face Kike Hernandez and AJ Pollock. He struck out Kike Hernandez last night and did not face the other 2 batters he struck out. Peterson is not playing tonight, and Rios is definitely not playing tonight either. We've seen a thing or two. Great character actor here, too, by the way, in these Farmers Insurance. If you haven't seen the movie, what is it, the Lady Killers? He is fantastic in that movie. It's a goofy movie. Tom Hanks, by the way. Some really interesting characterization in that movie. It's just a funky movie, but the actor's name is completely escaping me. But he's an Oscar winner, I believe. He won a Best Supporting Actor Oscar just a couple years ago, I believe. J.K. Simmons. There it is. J.K. Simmons. Come on, chat. Someone's got to come up with this. He's appeared in more than 50 movies and several hit TV shows. He's perhaps still best known as the deadpan professor in Farmers Insurance commercials. But he has an Oscar, does he not? Nobody cares, but trying to branch out here, not just talking sports, pop culture. 59-year-old actor, pop culture. All right, Sean Anderson. Guy throws hard, and it'll be a nice change of pace from Drew Smiley, who does not throw hard. Eduardo Nunez. He was a good Giant. Guy that was kind of hoping that they would have signed back after trading him away, but yeah, he chose to end his career in Boston. I think he's retired now. I think I heard that. Getting the Google machine wound up here. Say Dominican professional baseball player with the New York Mets of Major League Baseball. Previously played with the New York Yankees, Minnesota Twins, San Francisco Giants, Boston Red Sox. So is he on the team this year? It says his current team is the Mets. So is he? Yeah, not a good day to be a Mets fan, by the way. Not a good day at all for that. As the final score for the Mets versus the Atlanta Braves, 14-1. 14-1. That's rough. That is rough. I'm paying zero attention to what's going on in the game here. Sean Anderson comes in and strikes out Kike Hernandez for the second time in 2 days. It's fantastic. Putting 95 low at the knee. Very nice. AJ Pollock says, I'm not looking to swing at that pitch on the first pitch of my at-bat. Oh, that's a tiny one. Did they just say 1.6 pounds? Someone in the chat just verified. He did just say that baby was born at 1.6 pounds, right? That is insane. That's got to be extremely scary. Wow, good for him. It's a sinker? Is that a sinker? Calling that a four-seamer. 1-2 to Pollock. 2 down in the bottom of the fourth. We are 2/3 of the way to a 1-2-3 inning. A clean fourth inning in this game. 2/3 there. And 1 strike away from the first one of the night. Strike 3, looking. That's what I'm talking about. Sean Anderson has impressed in 2 games so far against the Dodgers. Strikes out Kike Hernandez twice in 2 days. Another strikeout there. Faces 2 batters, gets 2 outs, both by strikeout. All 3 outs he recorded yesterday via strikeout. So he's faced 6 batters, walked 1, struck out 5. For those of you counting at home, that's pretty impressive. Sean Anderson. Let's keep that rolling. What do you say? And that's part of the plan this year. We got to try to find guys that are going to be reliable, especially in the bullpen. It's a completely different bullpen this year. You shipped everybody that was any good last season. Sam Dyson, gone. Will Smith, gone. Tony Watson is the only one left. So I will say this. Maranta, I hope he comes back soon. We might not see him in this shortened season, but Reyes Maranta, that guy is going to be a heck of hopefully a long-time mainstay in this bullpen. But I think it was a Tommy John surgery. Is that what it was? Looking at the Giants' official injury list, which would not load for me the last game. Injury updates. Nothing seemed to be working right on the MLB site the last game we did. It's not loading again. Maybe it's a Firefox issue. I don't know. Dare I try this Microsoft branded web browser? All That's sfgiants.com. It's 100 pence I saw there for a second in that nurses commercial. All right, we're going to injury update. It's just not loading. All right, so we can't get official injury updates on anything. What is up with Reyes Marana? This is like the fourth time in this series that we've seen the same footage shown for the testing done in the parking lot at Dodger Stadium. All right, so to the top of the fifth. Giants leading off with Mauricio Dubon. Nope, sorry. That was last inning. So we'd be listening. Top of the lineup. Mike Yastrzemski. 1-1 now. I don't know what you think, guys, but I think we are an hour and 43 minutes into this game. Hour and a half or so. I think we're going to be going solo again tonight. Only in the top of the fifth, so about halfway through. Woo, that one was up and in. 3 balls, 1 strike to Yastrzemski. He's been able to draw some walks. He's shown that so far this season. He has one earlier tonight. His last at bat, this was not officially an at bat, I suppose. His last plate appearance, he drew a walk, and he's got another one. 2 walks now, which is surprising. You know, you worry about lefty versus lefty matchup because that definitely favors the pitcher a little bit more, and you got a guy who's been on base 2 out of 3 plate appearances tonight. Cannot be too upset about that. That's what you want from a leadoff hitter. And if it's going to be a guy that's in there every day at the leadoff spot, he better be able to hit lefties, at least get on base versus lefties and righties. Wilmer Flores, what are we getting from you tonight? This is your 3rd time up. You are 0 for 2. You've struck out once. Urias, who's now at 70 pitches, looks like he may be struggling to throw some strikes here. This is probably going to be his last inning, I would imagine. So he's pitched into the 5th. Trying to get him an opportunity to get a win, but I don't know how much longer they're going to let him go as he's struggling to throw strikes at this point. Not sure how much of a stolen base threat Yastrzemski is right now, but you're trying to get, you're tied at 1-1. You're trying to get a rally going to lead off the 5th inning. I don't know that you really want to take a lot of risks and stealing attempts here. Let's see. Last season, Yastrzemski had a grand total of 2 stolen bases and 371 at bats. Not a big stolen base threat. Still trying to see what J.K. Simmons. What the heck did he win in it? I don't think I saw the movie that he won an Oscar for it, but I know he was pretty darn ecstatic about doing it. I remember seeing. And a ground ball through the hole between the second baseman and third baseman. A little bit of a minor shift there, and keep the line moving. Runners at first and second, nobody out. This is the situation that the Giants have got to cash in on. And that's how they scored. That's actually how they ended up scoring their first run. As Darren Ruff, the guy who is now coming to the plate with the runners at first and second, was able to get a single through and drive in a run. So a chance to do the same here. Wilmer Flores. All right, I'll take that. If it leads us to a run, I'll take that. Nobody up in the Los Angeles bullpen, really. so he won an Oscar, but what was the film that he won an Oscar for? Was it Whiplash? I definitely have not seen that movie. All right, take strike one on a fastball, well, kind of low and in-ish part of the plate. He's 2 for 2 with 2 base hits tonight. Darren Ruff is. Let's keep that rolling. J.K. Simmons. Man, he's in all sorts of stuff. It's crazy the amount of credits he has. Oh, that's a nice pitch from Urias. 0-2 now. A small part in La La Land. 2014 was Whiplash, wasn't it? So many credits. Yeah, Whiplash was 2014. Wow. Called strike 3. Ruff didn't seem to agree. Well, that is a beautiful pitch. That's a strike. Paul Reiser was in that movie too. Whiplash, nice. You haven't seen a whole lot of him. All right, so I'll have to add that to my. I don't really know what is it? A promising young drummer enrolls at a cutthroat music conservatory, where his dreams of greatness are mentored by an instructor who will stop at nothing to realize the student's potential. Huh? How did I not see this movie? What's the catch here? Can you make a movie about a drummer in a cutthroat music conservatory? Can you make it? That must have been a pretty amazing movie. Movie about drummers. That's right up my alley. All right, Hunter Pence is tasked with the job of trying to drive in one of these runs here. 1 down, 0-2 is the count to Hunter Pence. Runners at first and second, both with some speed. And a grounder to third, a quick turn, and a double play. Bummer. Bummer. That's a nice job of getting out of that by Urias. He's got to be done by now. I mean, he's made it through 5. So the Giants' job now is not to give Julio Urias a win. So that means they have to keep the Dodgers off the board here in the bottom of the 5th inning. But the bottom of the 4th inning was the Giants' first 1-2-3 inning this game. So we like that. That's what we're going for. That is what we are looking for. 1, 2, 3. Ground out, strikeout. See if Sean Anderson comes out to pitch the 5th. Giants starters not making it very deep into these games so far. I think Cueto pitched, 4? And I don't think anybody's gone deeper than that. So we're in the in-between innings here. It's a good time to remind everybody to like and subscribe. Like, then subscribe. I think that's how it works, right? Yeah, that's it. It's the like side. That side's the subscribe side. Like, subscribe. Please start getting the word out about our channel here. It's fun. I'm having a good time. I wish I wasn't solo, but we do what we can, and we will get that stuff fixed. 1-1. It's good baseball, but it makes the more the Giants get these opportunities to try to get a run across and come up empty-handed, it just makes me nervous. It makes me nervous. Because Hunter Pence is still 0 for the season right now. 0 for 3 tonight. Hasn't struck out, but grounded into a double play to effectively just completely kill the rally that we had going. Top of the lineup guys get on base, and that's, wow. Sean Anderson does come out to start the bottom of the fifth and just throws a pitch completely over the head of Will Smith. So I don't know if that's foreshadowing or not, but let's hope we don't see more of that. Let's see what Kapler has to say here. Again, pitch sort of slips and goes high. Oh, a high pop-up. After those first two pitches, I'm pretty sure that Will Smith's not going to be too happy with that, how that at-bat went. But one away. Tight end for the 49ers, Sean Anderson, guys. I think they got someone named Kittle that's probably a little bit better. Sean Anderson looks like a late inning reliever. You just look at that. Look at that scowl. He's got the look. Potential closer material, maybe? I don't know. All right, Mookie Betts. We're back on the Mookie Betts train here. We're trying to keep him off base. He scored the Dodgers' lone run so far. We got to keep him off base. Struck out once, singled the other time tonight. Giants so far avoiding the walk, which in the first two games was a major issue. They walked just 2 last night, 1 so far tonight. And Anderson is having a hard time with that fastball. 2-0, not close pitches, both of them. First pitch was a slider in this at-bat. The slider is what he's not locating right now. Up in the bullpen, Wandy Peralta. Oh, that is a pitch. That is a pitch right there. Great 2-0 pitch. The slider located well that time, and Mookie Betts swinging and not even coming close. Oh, that is a heck of a pitch. Heck of a pitch on that one. Now it's 3-1, but that was a nice pitch. Just missed off the outside on that slider. I don't know if he's got a lot of confidence in the fastball right now. Might be afraid to throw something too fat here on 3-1 to Betts. I mean, I'd rather not have him on the base paths right now, and he walked him. Another slider, down and away. So I only threw 1 fastball to Mookie Betts there in that at-bat. Rest of them was sliders. Brings up Max Muncy, who's 0 for 2 tonight with a strikeout. Oh, we got a pitch and change. So we want to get the lefty. Wandy Peralta is going to come in to face Max Muncy. Turner is a righty, but Bellinger. Is Bellinger a righty also? I don't remember. I don't think he is. I think they're doing the whole righty-lefty thing. Yeah, Bellinger is left-handed. So 2 of the next 3 batters will be left-handed, so he brings in a lefty. I see it. I can see it. But this is the excruciating. This is what this short season is going to breed. The fact that they got a really short spring and or whatever you want to call it, a really slow warm up 2.0 to the season. Pitchers aren't really stretched out a whole lot. You've got a 30-man roster for the first 2 weeks of the season, which means the Giants have 16 pitchers right now, which is a ton of pitchers. They're going to use them. They're not going to risk guys going too deep. They're not going to risk their starters going into a third time against an offense, a third time through the order. And they're going to use these guys. So especially a team in the position like the Giants are, where they're really evaluating some talent this short season. It's a great opportunity to do that. If you don't think you're necessarily going to be in it at the end. I mean, I think they have someone put them at a 10% chance of making the playoffs, I think, where the Dodgers are 95% chance of making the playoffs. So if you're a 10% chance to make the playoffs, 1 in 10, you got to think we're trying to evaluate talent this year. I'm sure we're going to see Joey Bart up here pretty soon. I'm sure. I'm not sure if I finished that whole story, but I know that if he basically doesn't play the first week of the season, then this whole season, the rest of this season will basically not count towards his major league time, which is important because that'll be one more year that the Giants can keep him for low money and not have to worry about him signing somewhere else. So those are important years in when you're building a ball club. You want to have these guys under control. The Giants have a history of giving raises to guys who they don't have to give raises to, trying to buy out years past their arbitration eligible years and really getting them long term for the prime of their career for not a whole lot of money. They're good at doing that, and they did it with Buster Posey. They did it with a lot of their pitching staff, the Madison Bumgarners, the Matt Cains, the Tim Lincecums, all those guys. But not with Tim Lincecum. Tim Lincecum was like, I just want to every year I want to sign a 1-year contract. But anyway, Joey Bart, keeping him for under control for an extra year is important, because that this is a good season. He doesn't have a whole lot of minor league experience, especially at higher level. Above single A, he's barely played at all. So you're going to want to get him in an evaluation type of scenario, which I just said, this whole season is an evaluation season, basically, for these players. Joey Bart is probably going to be up here in just a few days. I can't wait to see that. It's great. This is the perfect opportunity to get a Joey Bart in there and see how he does against Major League pitching, because he's not keeping Buster Posey out of the lineup by playing catcher, because Buster Posey's not playing this year. Heineman is looking good, though. So if Heineman's helping you win games, I don't know how you necessarily justify kicking him out of the lineup, but we'll see. I know they want to try to get Joey Bart some experience at first base, because he hasn't played it at all in the minor leagues yet, but that's a big Farhan. It's sort of a part of their philosophy now, is they want their catchers to be able to play a second position. And first base is the one that makes the most sense. Buster Posey has played a lot of first base over the years. Did we just balk? Yeah, I think we did. Peralta doesn't seem happy about it. So you get Betts to second base for free. That was a balk. It's like he was coming set and then stepped on. He stepped with the wrong foot. Well, that's just unfortunate. We're at 3 likes now, guys. So remember, like, subscribe. Subscribe is important also. Like, subscribe. All right, 2-2 to Max Muncy. It's like there's key guys that if you can keep 2 of these first 4 hitters off the bases, you've done great. so far, 3 of the 4 first place hitters on the Dodgers have gotten on so far. Mookie Betts is on for the second time tonight. And now he's on second base for the second time tonight. So we want to try to not let him advance any further. Oh, wow. Max Muncy had no interest in he wasn't looking for a fastball up and in. And that was a strike by a ton, and he's going to grab some pine. That's why you bring in the lefty. Look at that. That was a strike by a lot. So now Justin Turner can still be the guy who breaks this whole thing up. But 2 down now in the bottom of the 5th with a runner at second base, tied at 1. Yeah, that's what they just said. It's like, if this was not a season, I was just thinking that. This is not a season where they had the 3 batter minimum, I'm sure somebody else would have been coming in to face Turner. But Peralta looked pretty good there. See how he does here against the right-hander. Oh, reaching. Easy ball to Brandon Crawford, who double clutches but still gets Turner at first, and the inning is over. So, hooray. Well done, Giants. I haven't seen Brandon Crawford do much at shortstop. Like, I'm not saying he's been playing poorly, but I haven't seen them hit a lot of balls at him. Side retired. So we're through 5, tied at 1. That's exciting stuff. All right, so in between innings, here we are again. We look ahead to what the Giants are going to bring to the plate in the top of the 6th inning. And Pence was the last out of the 5th inning as he grounded into the inning-ending double play. So we'll have Donovan Solano, Tyler Heineman, and Jalen Davis. So we look again to try to see if Donovan Solano can get kind of a little bit of what he had going on last season going again here. So far, it's been sort of a slow start to the year. He hit .330 with the Giants last season and 215 at-bats. .330. I don't think they expected that out of him, out of a 31-year-old kind of a utility player. But that was his first year in the majors last season, too. So, no, it wasn't. Gosh, that's not even close. He broke in with the Miami Marlins in 2012. Has not really ever been a full-time starter. He's been mostly a utility man who comes in and gets about 300 at-bats a year. Last year was the first year he'd played in the majors since 2016 and had a heck of a season. So I think they're going to look to see if he's able to reestablish himself as a major league presence. It says happy birthday, A-Rod. Does anybody care, really? Okay, the little strike zone that they got in ESPN, that ball was like 6-7 inches above it. I don't see how that was a strike. All right, slow roller to third. Justin Turner makes the throw late. Donovan Solano showing a little bit of wheel there for a 32-year-old. And able to beat it out. That'll be a base hit. It better be. You don't know what these Dodger scorekeepers are going to pull. All right, so the Giants have another runner on. New pitcher for the Dodgers. Look at that. That thing was hit right over the bag. Turner's got no choice but to play it. He doesn't look happy about it, and he knew that he was dead meat there. Didn't have much of a chance. It's risky even to make that throw. I mean, I know they practice these things a lot, but throwing across your body like that, Wilmer Flores has already shown in this series that he can airmail the heck out of that throw. Justin Turner's a little bit better at his job than at that job anyway. Wow. That thing was eye level and you're trying to bunt that. I see why they would want to do that with the catcher up. Try to move Solano over, try to manufacture a run here. I see what they're trying to do. Situational at bat here where you might see this sort of thing more if they didn't have the DH, but it's a good time to maybe try to quick throw there. The pitch, try to manufacture something. The pitcher is Brusdar Graterol. I don't want to be responsible for the pronunciation of that. Please don't hate me. It's a hard one. Doesn't even sound like it probably didn't even sound like I was trying to say a name. I butchered that so bad. Swinging and missing on the 1-1 pitch is Tyler Heineman. Nobody out, runner on first. Giants doing a good job of getting leadoff runners on in this game. Top of the 6th, still tied at 1. Not close on the 4th pitch of the at-bat, tied, so it evens it up at 2-2. Interesting story about his experience in the majors. How are we doing with looks like the audio and video sync is still going strong. Fly ball hit medium depth right field. Another put out for Mookie Betts. 99-mile-an-hour fastball that was, by the way. One thing I'll say about the youngsters on this Giants team is they can hit a fastball. The Dodgers got a lot of guys that throw some hard fastballs, and the Giants are showing that they can, at the very least, put it in play consistently. And I feel like a lot of the veteran guys on the Giants teams in the years past were not that good at hitting hard fastballs. The Brandon Belts, the Buster Posies of the world, not that much success against hard fastballs, but these younger kids seem to be able to hit them. And I know there's plenty of guys that the Giants have a lot of guys with some AAA experience, and there's plenty of pitchers in AAA that can throw hard, but they can't throw anything else. So, Mookie Betts, 6 putouts tonight. Most putouts by a right fielder in a 9-inning game and live ball period 11. So all right. Pablo Sandoval's first at-bat of the game, and he slaps one through the left side of the infield against the shift. Wow. First pitch swinging. Pablo Sandoval. Who does he replace? He's in for Jalen Davis? Okay. They don't want Jalen Davis in there against the righty, I guess. So Pablo Sandoval, a left-handed at bat, slaps one through the left side of the infield, and we got runners at first and second again. Look at that defense. The Giants, one thing I'm impressed with so far this season is the Giants have been able to hit against the shift several times in just 4 games already. So good for them for that. Good for them. Alex Dickerson has done it at least twice. Oh, pitching change. Fantastic. Let's just slow this game down. Let's just keep me up even later. We are over 2 hours into this game now. And we're still in the 6th inning. Yeah, we're going to be here all night, guys. So it'll be Brandon Crawford coming up. So they want to get the lefty out of there. They're going to bring in they get the right-handed pitcher out of there, and we're going to see a left-handed pitcher now. We'll see if the Giants stick with Crawford at the plate. This might be one of those situations where you bring in Austin Slater. He was not well enough to start the game, but maybe a pinch hit or to come in as a late inning substitution. You put Austin Slater in left, move Yastrzemski to center, and Dubon to shortstop, possibly. That would be similar to the move that the Giants made on the season opener on Thursday, where they lifted Crawford in the 7th inning. It's the 6th inning now, so I don't know. We'll see. There would definitely be articles printed about that tomorrow, though, if they do end up doing that. So we'll see what happens here. Crawford is 0 for 2 tonight, and has 1 hit on the season so far. Yeah, just a single on the season. At least I think it's just a single. It's hard. It's really hard to tell from these stats that they put on MLB.com here. Yeah, it was a single. He's only struck out once, which is in 8 at bats. I guess it's about right for him. So I'll be interested to see what the move is here. See how they counter this pitching change. If they counter the pitching change. It's the 6th inning. It's still early. It's a tie ball game. Do you need Crawford's defense? It looks like their decision here is that Crawford's going to stay in. So we get Dubon up next. A right-hander up next, and then Yastrzemski, another left-hander, up after that. So, yeah, look at this play, man. Sandoval wasn't anywhere in the neighborhood of catching that ball. Oh! That's not how you slide into second base. I mean, I know back in the day that used to be okay there, A-Rod, but that's not okay anymore. You deserve that. You're trying to break up that double play by going in hard and sliding super late, and you got clotheslined. It happens. Swing and a miss. All right, top of the first. Sorry, top of the first. I'm seeing a bunch of ones here on the scoreboard. Top of the 6th. Runners at first and second. 1 out. Brandon Crawford, the 8th place hitter, is at the plate. This is the situation where the Giants need to get some hits. They need somebody that can get a hit here. All right, and he skies a fly ball to shallow center. That's the 7th put out now of this game for Mookie Betts. I said it first. I beat him to it on that one. You're all watching it in real time probably, and I'm getting the delay, so you can't tell that. But Mookie Betts in right field has made 7 outs so far, which in 6 innings is pretty good. I guess they're saying the record is 11 by a right fielder. We'll keep our eye on that. All right, so Dubon, who has been on base twice. Is it twice? No, it's just once. But scored the lone Giants run so far with his screamer of a ground ball that made it about 2/3 of the way down the first base line that he beat out the pitcher for. So a weakly hit ball. Where's he throwing that to? Into the bullpen. Okay. Giants have a pitcher throwing in the bullpen, and you just hucked a whatever. Nobody cares. Okay, so lefty versus righty here. Dubon has 1 hit so far in these 4 games. So it'd be a heck of a time to get your second one. Way inside on the first pitch, 1-0. Swing and a miss. That was a good pitch. Was that a changeup? Slider, perhaps? What are they calling it? Changeup. Dubon has not done too well with pitchers who are mixing the fastball and the off-speed pitch a lot. They've really done a good job of keeping him off balance in this series. Inside on the second pitch, 2-1. All right, so, I mean, the Giants are getting some hitters counts here. They're Hopefully he'll get a good look here on this next pitch. Swung. Oh, there you go. Here comes Solano. Cut off, and the Giants take the lead. I love it. So Dubon reached and slapped the ball that was probably about 6 feet. Sorry, not 6 feet, but 6 inches off the outside of the plate. Like we're talking slapping like Pablo Sandoval style here. Reached off the end of the bat, flipped the ball into left field, and Solano's comes around third to score. So fantastic. I was just saying it would be a great time for him to get his second hit, and he does it. Checking. I just got a text message for 100% pure herbal CBD coffee. A powerful natural relief. Reduces pain, aches, anxiety. Get yours now. So I guess we can call that a sponsorship spot. I don't know. That's one of these spam text messages that you get. So that's exciting. Dubon, 2 big hits tonight. Drives in a run, scored run. He's been involved with both the runs scored, and now you've got 2 down, but you got Yastrzemski at the plate, lefty versus lefty. So he's walked twice against the lefty tonight. So first pitch is low and away, ball 1. So we'll see what happens. Yastrzemski, they got 329 against the lefties last year. That's how you get a guy who's going to play every single day, regardless of righty versus lefty stuff. That pitch outside again draws the catcher, Will Smith, pretty far off the plate, so it's really hard to tell exactly where that was, but it was low and away again. 2-0 count, hitters count. Sandoval is the runner at second base, who doesn't have much speed to speak of. And you got Mauricio Dubon, who's going to be backed up by him at first base. And Yastrzemski hitting a long fly ball to right. That's caught right in front of the wall by Mookie Betts, who has made his 8th out in right field. So that was exciting there for a second. He drove Mookie Betts back to the wall in right field, but he was able to come up with the catch. So that ends the inning. The Giants take the lead 2-1. So they got the big hit with the runners on, and that's what we were looking for. Adina Menzel getting some play on the commercials these days. I think there's several versions of this Geico commercial because they haven't all ended that way, I don't think. I've seen a few of them, but anyway, shout out to Adina Menzel. Big Giants fan. I just made that up. I have no idea. In between innings, though, here it is the what's in between the top and the bottom of the 6th. So if you haven't already, remember to like or subscribe. Like or subscribe, please. And so we watched this Nissan Sentra commercial for like the 5th time, I think, in this game. Coming up for the Dodgers, got the 4, 5, and 6th hitters. Cody Bellinger will lead off. Got to keep him off the bases. Max Muncy, 0 for 2, has struck out twice so far in this game. They've done a great job of keeping him at bay tonight. Mookie Betts has hurt the Giants a little bit. He's gotten on base twice and scored once. Stolen a base. So 2 bases he's stolen? No, just 1. This is first of the year. Taylor's 0 for 2 and Seager 0 for 2. So the Bellinger is 1 for 2 today. The next 2 batters are both 0 for 2. So this is maybe a great chance for them to come and get some quick outs here. Bellinger is a lefty. Taylor is a righty. Seager is a lefty. So 2 left-handers. We are likely going to see a left-handed pitcher in this inning. 2 left-handed batters coming up. And Kike Hernandez is right. Yeah, so they're doing this alternating thing again. Oh, wow. Game just got, I think, the first pitch of the inning, which we didn't even see because we were in commercial. Oh, we've got some defensive changes here, which is not a surprise. But, oh, wow, this is like wholesale changes here. So Bellinger, before we came back from the commercial break, hit a ground ball to somebody, and so he was out. He grounded out. But anyway, it looks like Pablo Sandoval stays in the game and will play first base. Darren Ruff, who was the first baseman, moves to left field, moving Yastrzemski to right field. Did we get all that? So a bunch of changes there. Jalen Davis is done for the night, so he was the right fielder previously. Pitching change for the Giants as Rico Garcia will be the new pitcher coming in from the bullpen, as Wandy Peralta was just in there to face the left-hander. So we'll go to right-hander now because the next 3 of the next 4 batters are right-handers. So I guess that makes sense. We're hanging in there, guys. We're almost through 6th. They've only given up the 1 run. 1 out in the bottom of the 6th to start as Rico Garcia comes in. 1/3 of the way to a clean inning. We've got 1 clean inning so far tonight. And that was, what, the 4th, was it? Yeah, 4th. The 4th inning was the first one that Sean Anderson pitched was a clean inning. The 5th, 1 above the minimum. So, yeah, we'll keep that going, hopefully. We'll hopefully get another clean inning here. 3 up, 3 down. Nobody on base. That would be great. Let's take a look at what else is going on around the league. Some stand-ins here. How's things in the National League West? The Colorado Rockies have started off the season 2-1 as they won again today against they've won the last 2 against the Oakland A's as they lost the season opener against the A's, but the A's have lost the last 2 against the Colorado Rockies. So they sit tied atop the National League West division with the Dodgers and the Padres, who surprisingly took 2 out of 3 against the Diamondbacks. So the Diamondbacks lost. Madison Bumgarner did not get a win on opening day with his new team, the Arizona Diamondbacks. So they're 1-2. The Giants are 1-2, and everybody else in the division currently sits at 2-1. The Dodgers are the only ones who, at the end of the day, will have 4 games played. So they will either be alone at the top of the division at 3-1, or they will be tied with the Giants in the middle of the division at 2-2. Chris Taylor to the plate with 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. Nobody on base. He's 0 for 2. Rico Garcia is the pitcher. Nice first pitch changeup. Swinging and missing is Bellinger. Are we calling that a curveball, I guess? All right, whatever. 1-1. Okay, so we missed another pitch again. So it's 1-1 to Taylor. Keep missing stuff with these little videos that they play. Bounces one off of home plate. So it's 2-1 now. Okay, Rico Garcia. This will be his 3rd game pitched so far. He pitched in the first 2 games of the series. Did not pitch yesterday. First game of the series, he came in through an inning of relief, gave up 1 hit, and yesterday he just got 1 out and gave up a hit as well. So he's sort of an innings eater, and that one skips off the dirt way outside and low, 3-1. Pedro Martinez is one of the cardboard cutouts. Look at that. 3-1 pitch coming up to Chris Taylor. Not close again. Leadoff walk with the lefty coming up now. Not a leadoff walk, but it's his first batter face walk. There's still one out. Now you got the lefty that come up against the right-handed pitching Rico Garcia, which is kind of what we hope to avoid here. All right, Corey Seager, the shortstop, is up now. He's the left-handed hitting Corey Seager. Two righties coming up next. Kike Hernandez and AJ Pollock are the next two batters. So you might be kind of careful here with Corey Seager. First pitch low. Little stadium noise. Looking for damage, they say. Garcia is not throwing strikes. Low and in that time, 2-0. Giants, 2 runs on 8 hits so far through 6 innings. That's pretty impressive. You'd like to see more runs scored with that many hits, but you gotta take it, I guess. That one makes it into the strike zone, and he hits a deep to left. Ruff, who's in his Ruff, who's in his first outfield inning of the season, makes the catch just in front of the wall and smashes into the door to the Dodgers bullpen, and it swings open. So he made the catch, got the second out of the inning. No harm done, but that fence just comes busting open, and he almost falls into the bullpen. Talking about it looking like some sort of scene from a wrestling match here, or cage match or something like that. And now they're struggling to get that gate closed. Umpires are having some sort of a meeting here. Probably questioning. I don't know. All right, so that's the second out of the inning. The runner ends up going back to first, as did not have a chance to advance on that fly ball. So there's 2 down. And Kike Hernandez is the batter, the right-hander. Rico Garcia's found a way to get that out. That was a well-hit ball. That was darn near a home run. It's a few feet away from being out of here. Scary moment there. So credit to Corey Seager there, who's 0 for 3 now. Deep fly balls show up as an 0 for in the box score. Garcia still struggling to throw strikes as the first pitch is way high. It's got a mean look, though, so he got that going for him. He looks serious. Heineman wants the ball down, and it's very up in the zone and fouled off. So the catcher is trying to signal to Garcia to keep the ball low, but it keeps sailing up. Leaving the ball up is how you get home runs and things of that nature hit against you, so he's got to be careful. Wow, the third pitch in the at-bat almost hits the batter. Way inside. It's 2-1 now. Is this would this be the third batter that he's faced? Is that right? Pitching change 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's the third batter he's faced. So they could potentially get another pitcher in here after this batter if he ends up walking him. 2-1. Pick off throw to first. Nothing doing there. These are important moments here. Runners on base. Try to limit any potential damage. Oh, that was a heck of a pitch. A little slider on the low outside corner, swung and missed. 2-2 is the count. Interesting hearing the ESPN announcers talking about sort of the team concept that the Giants are trying to building for the future, talking about what the coaches and management staff are looking for from these guys. Looking for good players. I mean, it's a long-winded way of saying that. Hernandez grounds one just foul down the left field line. Still 2-2. 2 down. Runner at first. Giants trying to hold on to this one-run lead. Sounds like a helicopter flying very low above the field here. As I mentioned earlier, happens quite often at the Dodger Stadium. 2-2, swung on a miss. Nice high fastball, struck him out. Ends the inning. So not quite the clean inning we were looking for as a leadoff walk. No, it wasn't a leadoff walk, but one walk in the inning. Not much harm done. Almost a home run hit, but caught by Ruff in left field before he busted through the fence into the bullpen. But Giants come out of 6th inning still with a 2-1 lead. And in the 7th, the Giants will have the 2, 3, and 4 spots coming up. So Flores, Ruff, and Pence. Flores is 1 for 2. Sorry, 1 for 3. And Ruff is 2 for 3 tonight with a run batted in. And Hunter Pence, the number 3 hitter for this coming inning, who is the cleanup hitter in the lineup, which is the number 4 hitter, is still 0 for the season. 0 for 3 tonight, and 0 for everything else so far this season. Has not gotten on base yet. So you got to say that, I mean, he's got to be due, right? I guess. We'll see how that goes. Looking ahead, the Giants got 3 against the San Diego Padres starting on Tuesday. First home game Tuesday night. These are all 6:45 local time, 6:40, 6:45, something like that. Starts. All 3 of the games are night games. And then the Giants will host the... Who are they hosting over the weekend? I looked at it once already today, and I've already forgotten. I'm bringing it up here. They'll be hosting 3 against the Texas Rangers starting Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And talking with Nick earlier tonight, I think Thursday, Friday, Saturday seem to be the sweet spot for his schedule, which I can make something like that work. Probably a Friday night or a Saturday game next weekend. So that might be what we look at for the next YouTube show. Friday, Saturday, maybe one of those games. Maybe Thursday. I don't think I'm going to be able to make happen. It's just too darn late. But both are 6:10 p.m. Pacific time starts on Friday and Saturday. Then a 1 p.m. game on Sunday. So I could do all 3 of those myself. We'll see. We'll see what we end up doing for next weekend. But doesn't look like we'll get any of these games against the Padres in. At least I wouldn't think so, but we'll see. All right, so the new pitcher for the Dodgers is Pedro Baez, one of their top relievers. The high pitch that Flores sends. I'm basically saying exactly what the ESPN announcers are saying. A decent fly ball to left field that, yeah, doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of carry in the stadium tonight, but fly out for Flores on the second pitch of the inning, and there's one away quickly in the seventh inning. Which brings Darren Ruff to the plate, who, again, I said has been 2 for 3 today with 1 strikeout. Drove in the Giants' go-ahead run. Was it go-ahead run? Or was it the... No, it was the leader. It was the first run. So drove in the first run of the game. Back in the third inning. Another high pitch from Baez. This one is about neck high that Ruff doesn't even bother swinging at. So it's 1-0. Pitch a little bit outside. Ball 2 to Ruff. It's a breaking ball that time. We'll see if he can get the fastball in the strike zone. So Ruff with the 2-0 count will be looking for something straight and hittable. And he gets a squiggly pitch, a not straight pitch, right over the plate. He wasn't looking for that. It looked like he was sitting fastball. Didn't get it, so it's 2-1 now. Checked swing, but he got a piece of it and fouls it off. It's 2-2 now. "12 singles in this game." Yeah, there hasn't been a whole lot of extra base hitting. In fact, every hit in this game has been a single so far tonight. 8 for the Giants, 4 for the Dodgers. They've all been singles. Way high again. Count goes full. With 1 out, nobody on. Wow, that is a heck of a stat that they just put on ESPN. The Giants were 38-16 last season in 1-run games. Best in the majors in the last 134 years. They had an amazing record in 1-run games last season, and a terrible record in every other game. Hunter Pence is on deck, looking for his first hit on the season. Ruff gets a fastball right down Broadway that he fouls back. So it's pretty well timed on that fastball. See if Baez goes to it again on the next 3-2 pitch. I think I heard recently that Alex Rodriguez and his wife, J-Lo, are trying to make moves to buy the New York Mets. Wonder if the price tag would have gone on after the 14-1 whooping they took from the Atlanta Braves today. 3-2 is low and away, not close, and Darren Ruff is walked and is on first base. So that is the 4th walk of the game that the Giants have taken. And I talked about how many walks they were able to take yesterday. So there was a huge difference between the first 2 games of this series and the second 2 games so far, as the Giants just were not getting on base. They were not having the best at bats. They didn't hardly take any walks in the first 2 games, and much more, or I should say the Dodger pitching is giving up many more walks so far in these last 2 games. It's been a big difference. The Giants are able to get more runners on base. Another helicopter flying over the stadium. Hunter Pence, he is just bailing out on every single swing. It's not even close. This would be a great time to get that first hit of the season there, punter. Hunter. Let's go. Got a runner at first. Keep the line moving. Oh. 0-2 now to Hunter Pence. I'm not sure if that was a strike called or if he swung. I think they're saying he swung at that pitch. But it was sort of a half swing and same curveball again. That was less of a strike than the first one was, but Hunter Pence doesn't seem to be looking for a curveball right now, and Baez is throwing a lot of them. And there's the fastball he was looking for, but it was up around his eyes, so he didn't swing at it. It's 1-2. Giants have had runners on every inning in this game, all 7 of them, which is one of the reasons that this game is taking as long as it is. It's just 2 hours and 45 minutes in, and we're still in the 7th inning. Fouled off the next pitch, still 1-2. So yeah, 12 hits total between the two teams so far in this game. The Giants have walked 4 times. The Dodgers have walked 3. So that's an extra 7 runners on. So 12 plus 7, that's 19 total base runners that have gone on base at some point tonight. That's gonna slow things down. A lot of pitches thrown by the pitchers. Here's another 1-2 pitch to Pence. Way low. It's 2-2. Baez is not too interested in coming in the strike zone with anything right now with 2 strikes on Pence, which is really the way you want to pitch anybody. If you've got 0-2 or 1-2, whatever, you should not be throwing anything anywhere near the strike zone. Just throw some breaking stuff to try to tempt him to swing, or high fastballs like he did the pitch before. He's pitching this at bat pretty well. Fastball at the top, right at the belt, that he hits a high fly ball to left. That is plenty playable for Taylor in left field. Second out of the inning. Pence is still 0 for the season. So I love me some Hunter Pence, but man, it was a rough start to the season for the guy. I don't know if I can say whether he's in the doghouse just yet, but he's definitely looking to move into it. He's going to have to start doing something. Donovan Solano, who is 1 for 3 today, but scored the go-ahead run in this game. Hunter Pence has left 6 batters on base in this game. 6 runners on base, I should say. Solano swinging and missing, and a double clutch from Will Smith as Ruff was swinging. As definitely a hit and run attempt there, and so swing and miss at a high fastball by Solano, but Ruff, the catcher, had to double clutch. He wasn't able to grab the ball. Ruff easily steals second base there. Even with the double clutch, it was still kind of, the ball got there kind of close to the same time as Ruff did. Ruff, not a super fast runner there. Not the slowest. It's not Pablo Sandoval on the bases, but it's not Billy Hamilton either. Next pitch is way in the dirt, so it's 1-1 now to Solano. Ruff had 1 career stolen base before that attempt. That was a hit. That was a straight hit and run. Trying to be kind of aggressive on the bases, it looks like. Make something happen. Put the pressure on the Dodgers. Oh, smash by Donovan Solano on the next pitch. The left field, and Ruff comes around third to score without a throw. And Solano has got himself an RBI. Giants take the lead 3-1. Awesome. So busted hit and run, gets Ruff into scoring position, and Solano ends up singling him home just a couple pitches later. Very well done. Good situational at bat there from Donovan Solano. That pitch was like just laid out right over the middle of the plate, and he made him pay for it. That's what you got to do. Yeah, not even a chance of getting the runner as he was coming around third. Heineman, been a bright spot so far for the Giants in the couple of games he's started. First pitch way outside. I think Baez a little rattled here. He's throwing 20 pitches now. Still just 2 out. Well, there are 2 out. Still a runner at first base. Baez not looking too happy with himself right now. Heineman takes way low. Ball 2 is body language for the Dodgers bullpen pitcher is not positive right now. See if he can rally here. It's a 2-0 count, so Heineman might get something good to hit here. But the Dodgers have done a really good job of not giving in to the fastball in these hitter situations. So probably see something slow and spinny. Got a fastball up a little above the belt that the catcher Heineman swings at, but fouls back out of play. So it's 2-1 now. Solano's got a little bit of speed at first base, so if they can get some sort of a hit and run situation going with him, might get something happening if Heineman, the catcher, is able to put a ball in play and get a hit here. And the next pitch, not even close. Again, outside. These are pitches that are easy takes, and Heineman has definitely shown in his couple of starts so far this season that he's willing to take some walks. So he's already walked once today. He's 1 for 2. And the ESPN announcers are definitely talking about how it's surprising that the Giants have been as competitive, and after the first 2 games of this series, they got beat up on a bit, and there's totally different story in the third and fourth game of this series. It's 3-2 now as Heineman fouled off the last pitch. Really slow pace of this game. Baez, the pitcher for the Dodgers, is really slowing things down. And here comes the 3-2 pitch. Swung on and hit to the second baseman on a ground ball, throws to first, and that is the end of the inning. So the Giants slap another run across on a bunch of singles again. Sorry, a walk and a single. Opportune occurrences going on the stolen base by Ruff, who's just his second stolen base ever, on a double clutch from the catcher. So puts him in scoring position. Solano slaps a single. That's the 13th single hit by these teams in the game. The 13th hit, the 13th single. Nobody's hitting anything but singles today. And for the Dodgers, who only have 4 hits through 6 innings so far, it's not serving them very well. Giants have now scored 3 runs on 9 hits with no errors. Is this the first game of the series? First game of the season without an error so far by the Giants? I've probably totally just jinxed it. Wooden table. We'll knock on that. Knock on wood. No errors. No errors. No errors. No whammies. In between innings. Coming up on 1 a.m. here on the East Coast. Whew. but we got a good one going. Bottom of the 7th coming up. The Dodgers will have A.J. Pollock, Will Smith, and Mookie Betts. So the 8, 9, and 1 spots are up this inning. Mookie Betts has had a better look tonight, but still not enough. He's the lone run that the Dodgers have scored. He's walked and he's gotten a base hit, and he struck out. So 1 for 2, only 2 hits on the season in 4 games. Hopefully the Giants can get him at least one more time here tonight. This would be a heck of a time for a 1-2-3 inning, wouldn't it? Sam Coonrod will be the pitcher coming in. Coonrod pitched in the 2nd game of the series, I want to say. Yes. Had a tough go of it. He came in, got 2 outs, but also gave up 2 hits and walked 2 while allowing 2 runs. So he was part of that late inning kind of drubbing that the Giants took in the 2nd game of the series when they lost 9-1. I thought his stuff looked okay, to be honest. So guy can throw hard, and this would be a real nice time for him to put his first real solid outing of the season up. Last season he was 5-1 in 33 games pitched for the Giants. First pitch curveball for a strike to the batter A.J. Pollock, who doesn't. His at bats have not looked good in the couple of games we've seen him so far this season. Seems to be fooled, kind of guessing a lot and just guessing wrong in a lot of cases. Second, sort of a slider that is also in for a strike. No swing that time from Pollock either, so he's down 0-2. So yeah, Coonrod, the pitcher for the Giants, 5-1 record last season in 33 games, a 3.58 ERA, which is not bad for a reliever, especially a rookie reliever as he was last year. Slider on the outside, it's fouled off by Pollock, still 0-2. The opposing batters hit just 202 against him last year, and 20 strikeouts. So 20 strikeouts in 27 innings is not a huge amount on 15 walks. So quite maybe more walks than you want, that's for sure. Gave up 3 homers in 27 innings. That's a bit much as well. But as a rookie, he was a rookie last year, and so this is his 2nd time out this year. Looking to improve. Fastball is just outside by about 4 or 5 inches there, so it's 1-2 now. 99 miles an hour on that fastball, however. Whew. Low and in on that next fastball. 2-2 now. This is the part of the game that the Giants have to try to figure out in their bullpen. Who's going to pitch your 7th, 8th, 9th inning situations? Who's going to be able to come in and get those tough outs towards the end of the game where everything slows down, everything is so matchup oriented. You don't have your starters in anymore. Swung on and missed. Sam Coonrod's got himself a strikeout tonight. Nice fastball, up and in. Pollock did not look comfortable at any point in that at bat. 2 called strikes to start the at bat, fouled off a couple, and just got blown away on that last pitch there. Nice job by Coonrod. Like I said, when he pitched 2 days ago, he looked pretty good. He didn't look like he pitched all that poorly, but the results just weren't there. So we look for more of the same tonight as the first pitch to who's this? Will Smith, the 9th place hitter. Will Smith is another breaking ball that's taken for a strike. He was looking for that near 100-mile-an-hour fastball, not that little slide piece that we just threw in there. That was a curveball at 90 miles an hour. I don't think that was a curveball. Nobody throws a curveball at 91 miles an hour. That was a slider or a two-seamer or something. Next pitch is low and away. Ball 1, sorry. Yeah, I think the Giants would be very happy to come out of this game come out of this series 2-2. If they came out with a split, that would be very, very good. That'd be very happy. I'd be very happy. Next pitch is driven to right field. Yastrzemski tracks back on the edge of the warning track, is able to make the catch. Had to track a little bit to his left and catch that as well. But 2 down now for Sam Coonrod. And that brings up Mookie Betts, the $35 million per season man. 12 years, $365 million. Let me check my math on that. That's just ridiculous money. $365 million divided by 12, the average of $30.4 million per season. So 35 was too high. So he's not the highest paid guy, right? I think that doesn't Mike Trout still higher than that? I might be wrong on that. I don't know. But that's a heck of a lot of money. First pitch strike to Mookie Betts. The Dodgers just are not looking for these. He's stealing strikes with these first pitch breaking balls. So everybody's in there looking for that 100-mile-an-hour fastball. 0-1. Swung on, and another one lifted in the air to right field to Yastrzemski. He barely moves for it, and the inning is over. That is a 1-2-3 inning. That is a clean inning for the Giants in the 7th. So, as we get into these later innings, those are worth their weight in gold. You got to love the 1-2-3 innings late in the game when you're trying to hold on to a lead, especially against a team like the Dodgers, neutralizing offense. So that was the bottom of the lineup there for the most part. So we're going to lead off. They will lead off with Max Muncy the next time in the 8th. But then it'll be 2, 3, 4 in the lineup, which for the Dodgers, those are scary batters, as we've already mentioned. So we'll see how that goes. But good job by Sam Coonrod there. I hope they don't try to stretch him into a second inning. I mean, he threw a heck of an inning there. But, yeah, so to the top of the 8th we go now. It'll be a new pitcher for the Dodgers. Pablo Sandoval is going to lead off for the Giants. It'll be Pablo Sandoval, Brandon Crawford, and Mauricio Dubon. Of those three, if you had to guess which of them was 0 for 3 for the game, which would you think it would be? That's right. It's Brandon Crawford. Does not have a hit yet today. So a reminder between innings here, if you haven't already, like on this side, subscribe on that side. What would really be awesome is if we can get some shares too, possibly. Tell your friends, that's as we do more of these. If you could get the word out. Help us get the word out, get more people in here, and we get a nice interactive chat with some back and forth going. So we really start to build this sort of fan community here, hopefully getting a lot of people in on these games, because you can't go to the ballpark, so you can't talk baseball at the ballpark, obviously. So you got nowhere else to do it but right here on our YouTube show. And that's what we're hoping for. Get people in here watching, talking baseball, talking Giants baseball, and just having a good time doing it. Get that community feeling back to the game, which is severely lacking when we're all quarantined at home. I don't know if it's just on my side, but this camera angle stinks. Okay, it was ESPN's fault. So Pablo Sandoval is coming to the plate, and we're going to hear Buster Olney and Alex Rodriguez talk about a bunch of garbage that I don't really want to hear anymore. So I'll say this. This is a different ESPN crew than what the Giants had on opening day. This is the Sunday Night Baseball A team right here with Matt Fiskerjan as a great announcer. He's in all the MLB The Show video games. You'll see him all over the place. He's a good announcer. I enjoy him. The guys the Giants had on Thursday for the opening day matchup are just god-awful. Much different experience here so far today. We'll give them credit for that. First pitch outside of Pablo Sandoval in the top of the 8th to lead it off. And Pablo Sandoval fouls the next one off, doing what he does. Can't lay off of a whole lot of pitches, that guy. Never saw a pitch he didn't want to swing at, that's for sure. So the new pitcher is Scott Alexander. I'm not too familiar with who he is for the Dodgers, but let's see here. This is a 5-year veteran coming into this season. Pitched 3 seasons with the Kansas City Royals. Last 2 with the Dodgers. Doesn't look like he has been much of a main. So he pitched 73 games in 2018, 58 in 2017. Only 28 games last season. He's probably spent either a portion of it in the minors or a portion of it injured. But is a decent, looks like a decent ERA pitcher. Not a ton of strikeouts. Doesn't look like he throws all that hard. A lot of finesse type of pitcher. Pablo Sandoval's worked his way to a 2-2 count here. Two pitch, way inside. It's full count for the Giants. I think the Giants have managed to get base runners in every inning again tonight. 6 blown saves in the majors today. Wow. A lot of big scores today, though. Sandoval fouls the 3-2 pitch off. We'll get another one. This will be, that was the 7th pitch of the, wasn't it? So there will be, now the 7th pitch will be coming up. Deep at bats are something that add up, even when you're up against a bullpen. If you can find a way to manage to get a walk out of this, like an 8 or 9 pitch walk, would be fantastic. I mean, you got a runner on and 3 more outs and a guy that's already thrown almost 10 pitches. So that is big stuff if you're the Giants. Another foul ball for Sandoval, so we'll do it again. Yeah, they're talking about him being a free swinger. Pablo Sandoval is definitely that. 8th pitch, fouled off again. Looking good. Eating up some pitches here. Now, with the new rules where the relievers have to face 3 batters, you get this deep at bat to start off the inning, and this guy has already worked hard, and he has to face 2 more guys at least still. So it's a whole different dynamic with the way they change these rules up. Another 3-2 pitch, fouled back again. So we will see a 9th pitch. That was the 9th pitch. We will see a 10th pitch. Yeah, this guy's a sinker baller, so it's not super fast, but it's trying to get you to ground something out. And so far, for the most part, Sandoval's putting everything in the air. So it will be another 3-2 pitch here. Fouled off again. He's hitting some liners. Lined to the last 2 to the right side, but well out of play. Yeah, we're 3 hours old into this game, still in the 8th inning. Top of the 8th, nobody out. Another 3-2 pitch, the 11th pitch of this at-bat to Pablo Sandoval. High and away, ball 4. And that, like I said, if you can work an 11-pitch walk to lead off this inning, he's got to face 2 more batters, and he's already thrown 11 pitches. That's a lot of pitches for a reliever, and it's only going to get to be more. We'll see what happens with Crawford coming to the plate after this. But Crawford can be semi-talented at having a 1 or 2 pitch at bat and just turning this whole thing around. So we'll see what happens. Crawford hitting just 111 on the season. That pretty much equals 1 hit in 9 at-bats. It has not been tonight that he's got in his hit as he's 0 for 3. Not striking out, though, today. Watches the first pitch go right down the middle for a strike, 83 miles an hour. Oh, there's that score again. 14-1 Braves over the Mets. That's just outstanding. Breaking balls too far outside. It's now 1-1 to Crawford with Sandoval at first, nobody out in the top of the 8th. All right, and the 1-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 2, 1-2. Lefty versus lefty here. A big shift put on by the Dodgers, so if Crawford can find a way to put one up the third baseline, it looks like it would be a no-doubter base hit for him. And they're pitching him outside, so they're just asking him to slap one on that down that third baseline. 1-2 pitches too far outside. It's 2-2. Slapped foul to the left side as they're staying on that low outside corner. So they really want. It's interesting because the infield is shifting to the right, like they're playing him to pull, which Crawford does, but they're pitching him to go the other way. They're pitching him to the outside, which doesn't leave him many opportunities to do anything other than go the other way. So we'll see if this pays off. They're not really pitching to the defense here too much. 2-2 pitch is lined straight up the middle, but Kike Hernandez, the second baseman, is playing right there. Is able to make the catch, and that'll be the first out of the inning. So 17 pitches so far to get one out, and there's a runner at first base. As Crawford saw 6 pitches in that at bat, which is, kind of keeps the theme going of now you got a pitcher who's got one out, one on, and he's thrown 17 pitches already. That is like a normal outing for a reliever. That's a lot of pitches, and he still has 2 outs to go. So this might pay off. We'll see. We'll see what the Giants can do with it. Dubon at the plate now. First pitch swinging right at the third baseman Turner. 2-1. First double play. So hard grounder right at the third baseman leads a double play, and next thing you know, it's an 18-pitch inning. No harm done. So, well, that didn't quite pan out, but Giants are still up 3-1, and to the bottom of the 8th we go. See who the Giants are going to bring into pitch. It'll be, I don't see anything reported yet. I don't think they would stick with Coonrod for another inning, but they might. He made it through that 7th inning pretty easily, so we'll see if they stick with Coonrod. Late into the night here. We still have an inning and a half left to play. If the Giants are able to stay ahead after this 8th inning, we're going to go to a bottom of the 9th at least. All right, in between innings. Thank you so much, everybody, for staying with us this late. For those of you that are still here, it's been a long one, and it is still going to be a long one. We're 3+ hours into this game, and we've got an inning and a half to go. Stick with us, guys. We're 6 outs away from splitting with the Dodgers, which after the first two games, the way how horrible the Giants looked would be fantastic. So glad you guys have stuck with us this long. With all the efforts they're taking to make these games move along, we have this game is going to be it's only 3-1, but we're probably going to be at 3.5 hours when this thing's finished. Max Muncy leads it off for the Dodgers as we're the 2, 3, 4 spots. Tyler Rogers is going to pitch the eighth for the Giants. At least he's going to start the eighth for the Giants. He's the submariner. He's a righty facing a lefty. He's got Turner and Bellinger coming up, so he's going to face two left-handers in this inning. Woo! A generous second pitch there as he's quickly ahead 0-2. I can definitely tell that the viewership is kind of going in and out, fading in and out between innings because it goes up when we're in the middle of an inning, and then in between innings it goes down. So people are checking in and out. It's kind of cool how that works. So we sort of learn the ropes here on YouTube. Nicely executed play there by the Giants defense. A grounder to first base. Tyler Rogers got over to cover and was there for the flip, and Max Muncy is 0 for 4, just like that with 2 strikeouts. Heck of a job by the Giants neutralizing him tonight because he was off to a great start in the first couple of games. All right, so the next batter, Justin Turner. Best Dodger hitter so far in this. Wow. That was a frisbee type. That ball had some movement. It danced a little bit. First pitch strike. Game's moving along a little bit now that Coonrod threw that 1-2-3 inning last inning. Next pitch to, Justin Turner. You can't keep him off the ding bases. Puts a single through the hole between second and first base, and he is aboard. So not going to be a clean inning for Tyler Rogers, though, against Justin Turner. If all he can do is hit a weak ground ball to right field, then that's got to be a win. Bellinger coming up. Finally showing some signs of life here tonight. 2 hits tonight and an RBI included. Drove in the only Dodger run of the night. But another guy that the Giants have overall pretty well neutralized. The first pitch swinging, and he goes against the defense and hits a ground ball into left field. Another base hit. Whew. So here come the Dodgers, as they have all series long in the 8th inning, threatening to get some damage done here. And it's Tyler Rogers' inning. Tyler Rogers has had a rocky start to this season, that's for sure, for the Giants, as his coming into the game. Well, currently his ERA is sitting at 27. 27 runs he is giving up on average every 9 innings, which is 3 runs an inning for those of you counting at home. So we'll see how he wiggles his way out of this one. He only has to face one more batter, so the Giants may be looking at getting him out of there. He's got the right-handed hitting Chris Taylor up, who has done mostly nothing this game, at least. He's 0 for 2, taking a walk. And separate ways by Journey playing here in the stadium for a few seconds at least. So the crowd goes wild, the non-crowd. Closer for the Dodgers, Jansen, warming up in the bullpen, will probably pitch the 9th, as he has really not had any opportunity to pitch in this series. Swung on and missed the next pitch by Taylor. It's 0-2 quickly. We've got to see if Tyler Rogers can one of the things you got to do if you want to stick in the major leagues is you got to show that you can get guys out. You got to probably have a gimmicky pitcher like him, who's the submarine Under Armour, basically. You have to be able to strike guys out. You got to have that put out pitch, and he's struggled so far this season to do that. But let's see what he does here. The 0-2 pitch, the first 0-2 pitch at least. Sails a little high and outside for 1-2 now. It's a ball. Yeah, this is big at bats. You're gonna have Taylor and Seager, who are both 0 for tonight. At least Taylor's been on base with a walk. We'll see what happens. This is the stuff. These are the situations you want to be in if you're the Giants. Slow roller at the second. Wow, that could have been a disaster right there. So they had a bit of a shift. The first baseman Sandoval moved to his right to try to get that ball, but didn't end up. Yeah, Sandoval's pulled way off the bag. He tried to make a play on the ball, let Flores take it, and then it's a race again to first base for the pitcher, Rogers. And for the second time in the last couple of innings, we've seen a Giants reliever come in and cover first base quite well. So they were able to get him up. The runners move up, so we got him out and the runners moved up. So there's 2 down in the bottom of the 8th with runners at second and third. Still nothing but singles hit tonight. 15 singles total in this ballgame. First pitch from Rogers hits Corey Seager on the hand. So that got up and in on him, and it looks like it hit him in the hand. Oh, this is interesting. There seems to be some sort of discrepancy as whether it hit the bat or not. The replay shows looks like it hit the knob of the A-Rod thinks it hit the knob of the bat. I don't. Interesting. I think there's going to be a review here because it looks like Corey Seager's trying to say that it hit his hand. He doesn't look like someone whose hand just got nailed by a pitch, though. The call on the field was that he got hit by a pitch, but and the replays here. Oh, that did hit the knob of the bat. Wow. Super slow motion. How is there not a side angle of this that we're looking at? Okay. This is going to be interesting because if this is ruled as a hit, what? Okay, so the ruling is that they weren't able to overturn it, so it's a hit batsman, and the bases are now loaded with 2 outs. This is danger. This is the danger zone right here. This can get really, really bad really fast for the Giants. So there's 2 outs. So Kike Hernandez is the batter. It's another right-hander. So right-hander versus right-hander here. Rogers' first pitch is inside, ball 1. Wow. The ESPN crew is convinced that was a foul ball. Second. Oh, now we're getting squeezed by Rogers. Puts one right on the outside corner that doesn't get called. It's 2-0. Oh, this is too much. This is nerve-wracking stuff. I really want this Rogers guy to come through and get the job done. The next pitch right down Broadway, taken by Hernandez. It's 2-1 now. The fans are getting rowdy, they say, the non-fans. Oh, they got a winning probability stat up there. The Giants are 79% to win this game now. Dodgers 21%, which makes sense. 2-1 pitch. Chopped to third. Solano slings it across first. Sandoval makes the catch, and the inning is over. Whew. Sandoval is happy about that, too. Great job by Tyler Rogers to get out of that jam. But, man, my gosh, that guy lets runners on. Holy crap. That guy likes to pitch in traffic. Not clean innings for that man. So the Giants survive the eighth, and they're still up 3-1. They are 3 outs away from splitting this series with the Dodgers, which would be amazing, in my opinion. Whew, to the top of the ninth. That was nerve-wracking. To the top of the ninth we go, and the Giants will lead off. I think we're back to Yastrzemski, are we not? I think Dubon hit that grounded into a double play at the end of the last inning. Yep. So Yastrzemski, Flores, and Ruff to lead off the top of the ninth. So Yastrzemski is 0 for 2, but he has been on base twice. He's walked twice. Another pitching change. Kenley Jansen, the Dodgers closer, comes into the game. We'll see him for the first time this season in a non-save situation, too, at that. But he's been up and down. This Jansen is not the pitcher that he was when he first came up with the Dodgers, that's for sure. He was a solid pitcher for like 8 years with the Dodgers up until the last couple, where his ERA has ballooned quite significantly. Save count is way the heck down, as he at one point in his career had 44 saves, 47 saves, 41 saves. Last 2 seasons, he's been 33 and 38 saves, respectively. So the closer for the Dodgers will get his first look this season. He throws hard. He is a tough pitcher when he's right. We'll see if he's right today. ESPN is doing a ton of these games. Dodgers will be We'll be playing the Astros again this week on ESPN. 3 games on ESPN in a week. First pitch from Jansen is the most generous strike we've seen all game long. So it's 4 inches off the outside of the plate, but it's a strike. As he's a right-hander pitching to the left-handed Mike Yastrzemski, who's been on twice tonight. Swings at the next pitch. It's just a 90-mile-an-hour sort of a slider, I guess that was. Fouled off, and it's 0-2. So it is 1:26 as we are an hour and 15 minutes into this game. 3 hours and 15 minutes, that is. Throat's getting a little tired of talking, I'm not going to lie. High the next pitch to Yastrzemski is 1-2. High and away the next pitch, 2-2 now. The Giants have done a pretty impressive job of working some counts tonight. They've got a lot of throws out of these pitchers, and it hasn't paid off big for them yet, but they are up 3-1. Those things do matter. The 2-2 pitch fouled off by Yastrzemski. We'll see a sixth pitch of the at bat. Another 2-2 pitch. Up and in. Full count. So Giants have run some counts full tonight, that's for sure. And a lot of the times they get themselves in trouble in terms of not extending rallies, like doing things like grounding into double plays. It's usually on the first or second pitch of the at bat, it seems like. So the more patient they are, the better results they seem to have. 15 hits a total in this game. It's just making this thing take forever. All singles. Oh, the 3-2 pitch, an elevated fastball that Yastrzemski could not lay off. That was ball forward, but he swung and missed at it, so he's out. There's one down in the top of the ninth. So Yastrzemski is 0 for 3, but he did get on twice via walk. Did not end up scoring. It's one strikeout. Flores is the next batter. Takes a big slow curveball for a strike. Pardon me. Woo. Flores lines the ball to right field, right at Mookie Betts, who makes his ninth put out of the ninth. And there's 2 away, just like that. First pitch swinging there from Flores. Doesn't amount to much. And brings up Darren Ruff, who's 2 for 3 tonight with one walk. And he takes the first pitch and loops it behind second base, but Kike Hernandez is able to track it down. And the Giants are down, up and down, just like that. The last two batters, first pitch swinging, first pitch outing. And it's up to the Giants bullpen. They're up 3-1. 3 outs left to go. And the Dodgers are going to be bringing up, who we got here? It's hard to tell. Is it Pollock, Smith? That can't be right. Yeah, Pollock, Smith, and Betts. So Mookie Betts is it Kike? Yeah, that's right. Kike Hernandez will hit third in the inning. No, not Kike Hernandez. Sorry, Mookie Betts will hit third in the inning. Kike Hernandez would be the ninth hitter of the inning. But, so yeah, 8, 9, and 1. Not a bad way to go into the bottom of the ninth inning. It's got to be Tony Watson coming in. This is a save situation, right? So I think Tony Watson is supposed to get the save situations here early in the season, which is nerve-wracking in its own right because he did not look. No, it's going to be Trevor Gott. Trevor Gott is going to be the pitcher. Trevor Gott closed out the game last night. Gave up a home run, right? Yeah, a leadoff home run, and then was pretty solid after that. Earned the save. So going for the second save in 2 days. Rather surprising that we haven't seen Tony Watson at all in this game. But he's already pitched a couple days in a row. So early in the season, you don't generally go 3 days in a row. Well, this is what we're This is what we've stayed up for, guys. This is the bottom of the ninth. 3 outs to go for the Giants to split the series with the Dodgers, hopefully. Basically at 3.5 hours into this game. Defensive changes. Joe McCarthy will come in and play left field now in for Darren Ruff. So defensive replacement. And Trevor Gott is the new pitcher. Stepping in as A.J. Pollock. And the first pitch of the first at-bat is up, and it's lined into left center field. To the wall it goes. This will be the first extra base hit of the night, as it's a double for A.J. Pollock. So that's how the ninth inning starts. Sitting on a fastball. It was right middle of the plate at the belt. On a tee, essentially. And Pollock jumped on it and has himself a double. So, whew. This is how it's going to be. I hope Gott is able to get the ball down a little bit. And now we face Will Smith. First pitch is, again, up in the zone, but it next to the outside corner. Much better location-wise. 93 miles an hour for a strike. The 0-1 pitch. Woo. Woo. That was a filthy curveball. Well outside, but that thing danced quite a bit. It is 2-1. Sorry, 1-1. Almost a similar pitch, but it's even lower this time. It's taken again. It's 2-1. Come on now. Wow, way outside on the last one. He's not getting that curveball over at all. It's 3-1. ESPN crew does not seem too impressed with the pitch selection here. Fastball this time is up in the zone and skied pretty high into right field. Not deep at all, though. And Yastrzemski has no problem with that one, as there's one away now in the bottom of the ninth. And now we get into the meat, the real beef of the lineup. So with a runner on first, Mookie Betts comes up. We'll have Max Muncy and Justin Turner after him. So Gott's got to earn his pay here. Mookie Betts steps in. The first pitch to him with a runner on second is just outside for a ball. That slider is an enticing pitch. That's a real good spot to throw it with a strike or two on the batter already, but it's easily taken for ball one to start an at-bat. 1-0 pitch. Up again, and it's driven to right center field, tracked down by Dubon, who gets the ball back in quickly, and Pollock's not able to advance. That's got to be a mistake, I guess, but there's not really a point in risking tagging up there to try to get the third if you're the runner, because you're down 2 runs, and you don't want to, if you're thrown out, then that's the ball game. So he's not the run that really matters that much. For the Dodgers to be able to tie it, they still have to get a second guy across. So it's not that critical there. One pitch. Is that a one pitch out? I don't think that was one. But anyway, easy out there for Mookie Betts, who that was two. So Max Muncy comes up now. First pitch to Muncy, way, way, way high. Almost got by Heineman, it looked like there, but whew. He's pumped up. He's trying to throw these fastballs, these hard fastballs. 1-0, 2 down, bottom of the ninth. Runner at second base. Giants up 3-1. Trevor Gott trying to get his second save in 2 days. Next pitch right down Broadway, 94 miles an hour. Muncy watches it go, and it's 1-1. This will be a bit of a conundrum all season when the Giants get in save situations. Who is the closer? I'm not sure that Gott will be a long-term solution, but for now he is the answer, and that's a nice slider. Wraps around the right side of the plate for a strike. That's the pitch that he's been trying to against left-handers. That's a very effective pitch. Just breaks back towards the plate. Looks like it's going to be outside, but just clips the outside edge as it breaks back in to the left-hander. 1-2. See if Muncy defends here. The runner at second base just doesn't matter. I wouldn't be surprised if he stole third here. I don't. Swung on and missed. Nice fastball from Gott on the outside edge. And that is the ball game. Woo! Wow, they made us wait for it, but it was worth it in the end. 3.5 hours for the Giants to split the 4-game series. Giants baseball, everybody. And I am proud to change the graphic. It is now the 2-2 Giants beat the 2-2 Dodgers by a final score of 3-1. They do it hitting 9 singles, walking 5 times, leaving 25 runners on base total as a team. And wow, this is what we were hoping for. This is I think I said this before opening day with Kershaw. When Kershaw was not starting, the Giants have a shot to get a split, and it didn't end up happening the way I thought it would. Obviously, because that would all be kind of assuming that the Giants were able to steal that first game, but they lost the first 2 in embarrassing fashion, to be quite honest. But the second 2, they've been super gritty, and they've gotten quality innings. They've weathered some storms as a pitching staff, that's for sure, and they've patchworked the whole thing together, and they've managed to win the last 2 against the Dodgers. So the Dodgers will advance on to their next series with a 2-game losing streak, and great for the Giants. They've won 2 in a row. They've got to have a little bit of confidence, a little bit of energy going into their their home opener. 6-game homestand here coming up starts against the Texas Rangers on Tuesday night. And I'll be watching at some point, but I probably won't be live streaming any of it. And it's just too darn late at night for the hours that I have to work this week. But glad everybody was able to stick it out with us tonight. It was worth it. Giants win 3-1. And in the last 2 games, outscored the Dodgers 8-5 after getting outscored 17-2 in the first 2 games. So nice job turning it around a bit for the Giants. Unfortunately, Hunter Pence still is hitless this season. Mauricio Dubon got his first 2 hits of the season tonight, and one of them, they were big. Drove in a run, scored a run himself. No strikeouts tonight, he's been bitten hard by that strikeout bug earlier in the first 3 games. But the Giants only struck out 4 times tonight, and they walked 5. So that doesn't happen a whole lot. especially with this sort of a young offense. It's got to be viewed as a positive. So the bullpen holds on. I guess is the best way to say it. The bullpen yields 0 runs tonight. 0 runs. They gave up 3 hits in almost 6 innings of work. 5 2/3. Just 3 hits allowed, 2 walks. As the starter Smiley went 3 1/3, gave up 4 hits, 1 run, 1 earned, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts. Overall, a pretty good pitching effort. The Giants they got through a little bit of traffic, not as much traffic as they'd seen previously in the 3 games, but they got themselves out of some trouble. Finish giving up 7 hits, but there was not a single extra base hit until the 9th inning there when Pollock led off with the first pitch double. Nobody else ever really was that much of a threat. They had a situation in the 8th, another Tyler Rogers special, I guess, of making it interesting, loading the bases and getting out of that jam. His ERA is now just 18 after that inning that he pitched, and a lot of guys helped their numbers. Coonrod's numbers came down, so it's not looking too bad. This is not the way you want to pitch an entire season. Having your starter go 3 1/3 innings and then having all of these bullpen guys come in, that's not sustainable. It's not going to continue, but we're going to need to see longer stretches of games eaten up by these starters. And Jeff Samardzija is the guy that's supposed to do that. He's supposed to be your 200 innings a year guy. 4 games into the season, he has yet to pitch for the Giants. The Giants have an off day tomorrow, so I don't know how that happened, but it did. And I don't know if it was just matchups they didn't like, where they decided to skip him or what, but I got to think that Cueto's probably starting that first game at home. And I guess Samardzija pitches the second one, maybe. Who knows? Smiley started tonight. This is his second time pitching. He threw an inning in relief on Thursday in the first game. So I don't know what's going on with this pitching staff. It's hard to peg down because they're just using guys in very different ways this season. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's going to take some getting used to. And I'm pretty sure Samardzija is the only pitcher on the pitching staff of 16 people who hasn't thrown a single pitch yet this season. There's got to be a reason for that. It's got to be, you can't just tell me that it's because of matchups or something like that. That doesn't make sense. Smiley threw an inning on Thursday. Why has Samardzija not thrown an inning or 2 or something like that in relief out of all this patchwork pitching that's gone on? It doesn't make sense. So, especially if you're going to hold him off until Tuesday or Wednesday, like, my gosh, that's what, 7, potentially 6 days into the first season. You haven't even pitched yet. So I don't know. I don't know what to make of that situation. That's going to be real interesting. They say he's not injured. It might not be an injury. He might just be stinking it up so far, for all I know. I didn't see him in either of the 2 games against the A's pitch. So I don't know where this guy is. I don't know where Samardzija is at. Didn't see him in the inter-squad games that the Giants live streamed on Facebook or whatever. Didn't see Samardzija pitch in those. I don't know where he is. So I don't know why he's not playing. We're gonna see him at some point, I guess. I mean, I don't see how they go a whole season without him. I don't know if he's having shoulder issues or something or what, but we haven't seen him pitch yet. So that's got to happen at some point. The Giants still have a major player in their lineup, namely one Hunter Pence. They've got to get off the schneid here. They got to get him a batting average. Joe McCarthy's going to be the same thing. He didn't hit it all tonight. He was late in the last inning defensive replacement. But if they're going to keep strutting him out there and giving him starts, the guy needs to get a hit. And so Dubon got his first 2 tonight, so he has a batting average. Crawford, 0 for 4, didn't strike out at all. Hit a couple of balls pretty well. But has really gotten nothing going so far offensively for himself. So we'll watch that moving forward. Another night where Yastrzemski got on base a couple times, and it was via the walk tonight, which is, as a leadoff hitter, that's just as good as a base hit. And Flores had one hit tonight. Okay, 1 in 5 at bats, whatever. Darren Ruff, another good night at the plate. Had a couple of big hits, scored once himself, drove a run in. Donovan Solano with a couple of big hits, scored once, drove a run in, and Dubon did the same. So those three guys were really the clutch part of the offense. Sandoval came in and had a huge pinch hit single. I guess you could call it a pinch hit single. He ended up staying in the game after that, but that moved the runner Solano up into a spot where he could be driven in by Dubon later. So it was a team effort tonight. It was a bunch of singles, 9 singles hit by the Giants tonight. Nothing else. No extra base hits. Seven hits for the Dodgers. 6 of them singles, 1 of them a double. No harm on that double, barely. But it was an odd night in Dodger Stadium. There's almost no carry, it seemed like, to the outfield. Nothing. There's a lot of balls hit to the warning track, but nothing was even really, nothing looked like a home run off the bat, I guess you could say. We'll put it that way. So if you're a Giants fan, you can't be anything but happy, I think, with the results after this 4-game series with the Dodgers. The Giants split with them, and both teams are at 500. They're tied for whatever third, I think it is, in the NL West now. I think it, because there's 2-2-1 teams, right? Yeah, so they're tied for third at 500 apiece. The Giants have a better record than Madison Bumgarner's Arizona Diamondbacks today, so there's that. All right, we might do a sort of a commentary only, a talk show format show sometime here in the middle of the week, but there won't probably be any live games until the weekend series against the what is it, why do I keep forgetting? The Rangers, is it? I should probably have a printed schedule if I'm going to be doing these things. So the Giants have the home opener starting Tuesday against the Padres. Yeah, and then the Orange Friday game versus starts the 3-game series against the Texas Rangers over the weekend at home. So that's probably either Friday or Saturday is probably when we're going to get our next game in. And hope you guys are along for the ride. Thank you so much for liking. Hopefully we can get the word out, help us spread the word, help get the fan community up here, and get us some real interesting conversations on Giants baseball. We'll get Nick in here as soon as we can. Things keep happening, man. There's circumstances, and it's not going to be, I guess they're not going to make the powers that be are not going to make this journey easy for us. So, but anything that's worth doing is worth working through some speed bumps and a little bit of adversity, I guess. But so we'll continue on. I'm having a great time doing this so far, and I hope we get the word out. I hope we are able to get this thing growing. So thanks so much. We will see you the next time, and go Giants. Have a great night.